Evening, everyone. The meeting is at 6:35. I'll be calling this meeting to order. I'm not seated in my usual location due to a cold. But I asked my colleagues that if you want to speak and I can't see you, especially people on my left-hand side here, please raise your hand, make a noise. I'm just doing this for basically everyone's benefit to be over here. Okay. First order of business is approval of the minutes. May 5th, 2026. Is there any edits to those minutes? Okay, seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Motion made by Commissioner Lanfear, seconded by Commissioner Mancini. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Next, minutes of May 12th, 2026. Are there any edits to those minutes? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve those minutes? Made by Commissioner Lanfear, seconded by Commissioner Colasante. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Commissioner Exter, you are abstaining on that vote, correct?
That is correct. I was not at that meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Champlin Heights. Is the petitioner here for a request for an extension? Please proceed.
Good evening, Dave Taglianetti with the Capianato Group. If you want to have any discussion on this first, or you just want me to proceed? All right, so we were here in front of you last year for an extension to give you an update as to where we're at with this project. We have recently, over the last couple of months, entered into discussions with a national developer to either joint venture with us on this project or perhaps even purchase this land and develop it themselves. We've recently been working with a company called Post Road Residential on our Avon project. We just recently entered into a purchase and sale / joint venture agreement with this company. It's going well. We're doing a similar joint venture sale agreement in Plymouth, Mass, with a company called HYM. So we feel that, you know, we've had a couple of these projects, joint venture and sale agreements, where we're working hand in hand with these national companies. They bring a little different approach to making the economics work behind these residential developments. So we feel confident that within the next, probably 6 months, we'd have something to move forward with.
Okay.
For both phase 2 and also for phase 1.
Okay.
So phase 2 is 152 units. Phase 1 is 90. The company that we're working with, their sweet spot is about 250 units. This totals 242 total units.
Okay.
So they just completed a project in Warwick, Rhode Island, which is 90% leased. So they are aggressively looking for their second opportunity in Rhode Island.
Okay. Thank you. Could you just, I forgot to mention this, could you state your name and address for the record, sir?
Sure. It's David Taglianetti, Capianato Group, 1414 Atwood Ave, Johnston, Rhode Island.
Thank you, sir. Does the staff have anything to add to this? You can just say no.
Not really, besides that we recommend that it gets continued.
Okay. All right. If there's no discussion from the or questions from the commissioners, motion for an extension for Champlin project would be in order. Made by Commissioner Coop, seconded by Commissioner Exter. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Ayes have it. Anybody opposed? None. Passes. Congratulations. See you next time. Legion Bowl. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard on this matter?
For the record, I have to recuse myself as he is my client.
Okay, Mr. Marcel is recusing himself on this matter.
Good evening, Marshall D'Ambrosio, 661 Park Avenue, Cranston. asking here for the permission to have the master plan ordinance extended for an additional 2 years.
Okay, is there any questions from Mr. D'Ambrosio? Okay, Commissioner Lanfear?
Thank you, Mr. Lima. Could you please give us an update on where things stand?
There are people inquiring on the property. You have to understand, the last 4 years, the financial markets have been basically frozen, and they appear to be loosening up. You have a new Fed chair. You have a different direction with monetary policy coming out of Washington. That's going to free up capital. And people sense this. They are inquiring. Has anybody pulled the trigger yet? No. But people are inquiring about the property. So I'm very optimistic.
Okay, any other further questions for the applicant? Staff, do you have any position you'd like to take on this extension?
None beyond. We recommend approval of the extension.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing else, motion for extension to Legion Bowl would be in order at this time. Second, made by Commissioner Coop, seconded by Commissioner Mancini. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Next order of business is KG Amore Venue. This was a technical glitch on our part, but the staff did not post it correctly to notice for your preliminary plan. Could you just state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Catherine Gomez, 1016 Park Avenue, Cranston.
Okay. Did anybody come up with any other questions for the applicant since last month? Okay. I would assume the staff has what's the staff's recommendations to grant approval of this preliminary plan? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Motion for approval preliminary plan would be in order at this time. Made by Commissioner Coop, motion second by Commissioner Mancini. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Your
Mr.
congratulations, you're all set this time for sure.
Just for the record, I did not vote on that one. I was not at that meeting.
Commissioner Exeter is abstaining on that vote. All right, Ms. Von Lane. We received materials from the applicant since the last meeting. So I think Solicitor Marcella would be appropriate at this time for me first to ask the commissioners if they have any follow-up questions for the applicant and then open it up for public comment. Okay. Are there any follow-up questions for the applicant? Would the applicant like to come forward just in case there's questions for you based on your submission?
Certainly. Good evening. Tanessa Azar from Moses Ryan on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. Any of my colleagues have some questions they would like to ask the applicant at this time with a focus on the applicant's response. But of course, this is open to anything that has come up in the last month that they've thought of.
And just to clarify, our response was to the proposed conditions as requested at the last meeting. And those are the proposed conditions in the abutters experts report rather than the conditions that were in the staff report, just for the record.
That's correct. Okay, anything? Okay. One question I have for you is for condition number 7, a response listed. The last word on that response is furthermore. I assume that's a typographical error. Did you want to say something to me?
Yes, no, I believe that was meant to be before the sentence prior.
Okay. On, this is really very technical, but On number 6, use of native species. Your last sentence is, although native species will likely be although native non-invasive species would likely be prioritized. You're not leaving out the possibility that you're going to bring a non-invasive species into your landscaping plan, right?
No, and to the extent that there's any regulations about species that would be followed, the goal is not to introduce, invasive species.
Okay, I thought that you could have simply said, no, we're not bringing an invasive species, we're going to just use native.
Commission President, just wanted to note that our regulations, the recent update, we do require that native species are planted for our
Perfect.
landscaping regulations.
We
Okay,
certainly agree with that then.
yeah. The peer review of stormwater plans. In your experience, Mrs. Czar, is stormwater plans peer reviewed?
I'd actually like to have the engineer speak about the stormwater, if you wouldn't mind.
No problem.
Good evening. My name is Jenna Shea. For the record, I'm the project manager from Dupree Engineering. The stormwater typically is reviewed when we submit to RIDEM. But then some towns do choose, if they don't have a town staffing engineer, to have it peer reviewed by a consultant.
Could you just repeat that one more time? They don't have what?
So if
They don't have in-house
if a
what?
town or a city doesn't have their own in-house engineer that's capable of reviewing it, sometimes they'll send it out to a peer reviewing consultant, to another engineering company that will review it.
I did not see Mr. Carrero here today. Is it your opinion that the city of Cranston has an in-house engineer that can handle stormwater reviews of the type of project that you're proposing?
I do believe so. I personally haven't had a peer review done by an outside consultant in Cranston. But I believe that's to the jurisdiction of the board.
Okay,
I just add, like she said, DEM is going to look at this as
I
part as well.
understood.
And if I may add, there's a staff member at DPW who does stormwater reviews.
Yeah, my question was just stormwater reviews of 1 house, 2 house, 3 houses, different from a stormwater review of 44 for this project. That's why I was just curious. All right, that was my questions. Anyone else have any follow-up? Okay, I think you're all set. I'd like if there's any further public comment from the abutters, I would just ask the following. I expect this meeting to go to about 11 o'clock tonight, based on everything on our agenda. I ask you to respect, I'm not putting a specific limit on your time to speak, but I ask you not to repeat each other and to focus your comments on addressing the stuff that has come in since the last meeting, okay, since your last public comment, okay? So with that said, anyone like to make public comment on the Vaughn Lane? Please state your name and address.
Mr. President, I guess I'll get started. Stephen Slightful with the firm Gidley, Sarley and Marusak in Providence.
Are you speaking into the microphone,
Am I not? I don't know.
Mr. Lima?
You did have to chastise me about that last time.
Yeah, see, we don't have a stenographer, and if this goes to court, you're gonna want to have this on the record on video.
Sure. So I submitted just a few pages of documents last week that I asked if we could put on the screen. And I brought a hard copy if there's any reason that you would need that for the record.
Is this the blasting material?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope to clarify that somewhat. So yes, we received the responsive memo from Moses Ryan that we arrived last week, and I'm prepared to discuss just a few of those items on there. I know other folks that will follow me have comments on other points, but I'm going to focus on Vaughn Lane, the traffic, and the geological and subsurface type issues. So I want to repeat, as we have throughout this time, that, you know, the developer strategy here is, you know, getting this master plan approval, getting these plans recorded, and give you as little information as they can. So, you know, you're not required to be satisfied with bare minimum compliance with checklist items. There's a lot of information that has come out, especially when it comes to secondary access, Vaughn Lane, and these geotechnical concerns about the vibrations that the homes experience. And their, you know, their response has been, we'll deal with that at preliminary. And basically, you know, just because they submit the bare minimum for the checklist, you absolutely have the right to ask for more, to require more at master plan. So beginning, and I'm just going to go in order on the memo. So I'm starting with 1 and 2 here. And so, you know, our expert who came in last week and whose report you were provided, he spoke to the need for a traffic study. And so we shouldn't be recording a plan that shows Vaughn Lane as a secondary access or an emergency access until we establish a need for that at all. We do not have established in the record that there is any need at all for an emergency or a secondary access. That being said, we appreciate the offer, and it's, you know, a reasonable compromise to put a gate so that it can only be accessed for emergency use. But before we get there, we don't know if there's any net need for any emergency or any secondary access. The request that we would have, if we do go with this gate option, is that the recorded documents say that this will always be gated. Vaughn is not ever going to be turned into a fully open secondary access to this development. So we would want the recorded documents to say that gate will be there in perpetuity. This is not going to be removed and a road connection made through there at some point. But just to conclude that piece of it, right before these plans are recorded showing Vaughn Lane being used, we need to know if there's even a need for that. Moving on to number 3 with the geotechnical study. Their response here at number 3, it's not at all responsive to any of the concerns that have been raised by the neighbors that were echoed by our expert. This is basically kick the can down the road to a preliminary plan again. They cite the checklist item 20 and section 6, and I won't go into all those other subsections of the subdivision regulations. But all those really say is that you will identify what's there, not what impact you will have on your neighbors by blasting it or crushing rock in there. It's just, there's been no response to any of the concerns that the neighbors have raised on this, none, 0. And again, this is something where a bare minimum compliance with a checklist item should not be satisfactory to the board or the commission. And on a related note, I'm moving on now to items number 7 and 8. That had to do with the blasting, ledge removal, surveying the bond. That was what those documents were submitted for. If we could please put those on the screen. But I wanted to say again that these items are really, they're not responsive to the concerns that the neighbors have raised. Nothing in here is going to address how we're going to prevent your house from shaking, being damaged. It's just not addressed. And so what I did in terms of the blasting issue, I went and looked into the fire marshal's regulations, how they regulate this, what is required of people. And that was, are we able to get that up? And so what I noted here was that in number 8, they said that the applicant will conduct pre-blast inspections or pre-blast surveys as required. What I found out is that is not required. I called the fire marshal's office personally. I was told that that is something that the blasting company often does to protect their own interests, to protect themselves from liability. And if you zoom in right on their own website in the second paragraph here, prior to blasting, pre-blast inspection surveys may be offered. So if you don't require it, the fire marshal's office is not going to require it. The blasting company might be a responsible blasting company and maybe they'll do it, but if this board doesn't require it, the fire marshal's office is not going to. So we would like a condition that they be required to do a pre-blast survey, as we described in our experts memo. Because this, and also to do a study of what is the impact of this going to be, because this is, again, this is a project that calls for a better understanding of this issue now beyond just the bare minimum checklist item. And if we could go to the next page too, I also pulled up the actual Rhode Island general laws that apply to this, that the fire marshal applies. And it really, it doesn't provide as much guaranteed protection as I thought it would. And so on here, and I confirm this by calling the fire marshal's office. So when they are blasting, they have a seismograph and they have to put that at the nearest structure to the blast. So that does not extend further out than whatever the nearest structure is. And we've had ample testimony that something, you know, a construction truck driving down the road will shake the houses. The river rising from the rainstorm will shake the houses. So a seismograph next to the closest structure might not be sufficient here. And I think we need an expert, and we need it now at this stage of review to decide if this is going to be safe and feasible for them to do this, or what precautions should be taken before the plan's recorded. On the next page, you'll see that is in terms of a bond, the fire marshal only has a minimum of a $50,000 bond, which is, the statute is old. It was last updated in 1997. That's obviously not even close to being adequate. If they have the minimum bond amount, they could certainly do more, but we don't know if they will. But that is the minimum bond amount, is $50,000, which is not enough to fix anything if there's a problem here. And on the next page, I would just also note that there is a notice requirement. It is to people within 500 feet. I don't know if, because we don't have any kind of study to tell us what kind of an impact any kind of blasting or impacting crushing of rock, what have you, we don't know if that's going to be adequate, if it might extend past that. And these are unanswered questions that we still have. So what I was told by the representative I spoke with at the fire marshal's office was people should document the current condition of their own properties. And I want to just provide this so people have it. They advised everyone who's concerned about this, go out and take photos and document the current condition of your property yourself. Because you can't rely on the developer. You don't know if the blasting company will be required to do this. You don't know if they will do it. So everybody should be doing that for themselves if this is something that they are concerned about. We had also requested a number of peer reviews, one of which was stormwater, which you had raised. And my comment on that was very similar to the question, Mr. President, that you just had, which was, does the city have the capacity to do that? Because we would like to see a peer review of the stormwater. This is uphill from many of the neighbors. And, I have no idea if the city has staff with the qualifications for this or not. But if not, an outside peer review, I think, is what is needed for this. And also, I think I'm going to conclude at least my comments on number 17, the phasing, which is, I simply don't understand why we can't get more detail on this. A better estimate of what is going to be built and when. There's no reason that they can't provide a preliminary or at least a proposed phasing plan at this point. So we have an idea of what's going to happen. And we would also ask that in connection and related to that, that we make sure that there are no construction vehicles using Vaughn Lane. I know my client, Ms. Salter, has had an issue where just heavy trucks driving on the road have vibrated the house and just like cracked. Yeah, just construction vehicles driving on Vaughn happen, and she can elaborate on that, but that has been an issue. So, we want to make sure this phasing plan doesn't involve, we're going in through Vaughn first. Road A should be built first, the houses along Road A. And I don't understand why that's information that we can't have now with master plan. So to conclude, I think that my clients and I have been reasonable and appropriate in what we've asked for with this renewed application as it has come in. And I would ask that the commission please put these conditions on this project and, require these studies that have been asked for. And it's not just me saying this. We last month we had our expert planner who concurred that these things are appropriate and reasonable for you to be asking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
We may have questions for Mr. Seiple and the applicant, but I'd like first to hear all from the public first who want to make any comments. Anyone else from the public that would like to make any comments? And please, as I said earlier, try to keep your comments on the conditions and what has been submitted since the last meeting.
Sonia Meisenberg, 30 Roberts Ave, Pittsville. Comments are related to traffic. Good evening. I would like to thank the committee for taking the time over the past year to work with the community and the developer. It has been greatly appreciated. In his letter to the committee, the vice chairman of the Cranston School Committee wrote, "Thoughtful planning, proper oversight, and responsible mitigation measures can ensure that the concerns related to the traffic, drainage, and neighborhood impact are addressed while still allowing the city to move forward." Isn't that a great example of what the community has requested? At the community meeting held by the developer at the Harris Grill a while ago, the current access Road A was introduced, along with the discussion of 4 other possible access routes. The current Road A access is in the center of the village of Fiskville. It is not responsible mitigation of neighborhood impacts for reasons that have been discussed in previous meetings. An example of a less impactful access is an existing road south of the village center used for decades as access to the northeast end of Vaughn Lane. There are no houses, no existing homes, no houses, no one to disturb, no variances needed, has access to Main Street, and it is owned by the developer. This access was brought up by the planner that spoke last month as well. As we have stated many times, we are not opposed to housing. What we are concerned with is the negative impact the current access will have on the village. It literally accesses the center, small that it is, of the village of Fiskville. The community and our reps have asked that this large-scale development be planned thoughtfully. Please consider the importance of the conditions we have submitted and consider requesting an evaluation of an alternative, less impactful access road. Thank you.
Excuse me. Is this microphone good? Does that sound good? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Robert Sansone. I'm a butter at 145 Main Street, a downstream property owner. I appreciate the opportunity to address the commission this evening. Since the last hearing, I believe the discussion has evolved in an important way. The issue is no longer whether a drainage feature exists where Road A is proposed. The applicant has acknowledged that Road A crosses the drainage channel identified in the certified existing conditions survey and has indicated that culvert sizing and stormwater analysis associated with that crossing will occur through subsequent engineering review. My concern tonight is not whether detailed engineering belongs at the preliminary plan stage. I understand that it does. My concern is whether sufficient information exists at the master plan stage for the commission to make the findings required to approve this application. Road A is the primary means of access for the entire development. Because of that, two issues remain particularly important. The first is the drainage crossing. The record now reflects that a drainage crossing exists, that a culvert will be required, and the stormwater analysis remains under development. The applicant's own response indicate the important engineering evaluations remain forthcoming. I respectfully submit that understanding how this crossing will function is fundamental to evaluating site suitability, drainage conditions, and potential stormwater impact. The second issue is the proposed Road A intersection. The entrance is located on a curved section of roadway where visibility appears constrained by roadway geometry and nearby development. Existing homes are located relatively close to the roadway, creating legitimate questions regarding available site distance for vehicles entering and exiting the subdivision. Having lived in this area for many years, I've personally assisted occupants involved in multiple serious motor vehicle accidents within a few hundred feet of the proposed entrance location on both sides of the roadway. I'm not presenting myself as a traffic engineer, nor am I suggesting the past accidents alone determine the outcome of this application. However, those experiences have made me particularly sensitive to the importance of adequate site distance, safe ingress and egress, and intersection safety at this location. The comprehensive plan provides guidance on these issues. Policy NR 11 calls for directing development to areas with appropriate drainage conditions. Policy NR 9 emphasizes protection of water quality. Policy NR 20 promotes stormwater management practices that protect watershed functions and natural resources. I would also note that multiple neighboring residents, including myself, have observed bald eagles utilizing the property and surrounding open space in recent years. While I am not suggesting the existence of a nesting site, those observations support consideration of the wildlife habitat objectives reflected in policy NR 4 and further demonstrate the environmental significance of the area. Ultimately, my concern is not whether development should occur. My concern is whether the current record contains enough information for the commission to confidently determine the project's primary access route is suitable, safe, and consistent with the comprehensive plan. Before taking final action tonight, I respectfully ask each member of the commission to consider whether the current record provides sufficient information to support those findings regarding drainage, stormwater management, access safety, and comprehensive plan consistency. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Drake Patton, 684 Natick Avenue. I guess what we're hearing tonight is really not yes or no, but how. And I think how is a pretty important word for this commission to consider. The request for these various conditions is really about that answer to how. I'm going to choose to talk about a few that are important to me, and I bring to the table an experience of my own, which is running a conservation farm and caring deeply about the ends of our open land, which we are rapidly losing. And once it's gone, it's gone. So I want to talk about trees, I want to talk about native species, and I want to talk about stone walls. Why do I want to talk about them? Because they are part of how we really acknowledge our legacy, how we understand our history. Stone walls may not seem like much, but if it's all we have for the history of a farm, of farmlands, which all of Western Cranston once was, then we actually do want to hold on to them. So trees are kind of like that. And the request that you had for a qualified local arborist to conduct a comprehensive tree inventory was responded to as inappropriate as stated, it would be burdensome. I live on 45 acres and I can tell you the trees that I would choose. I'm not a certified arborist. A certified arborist could come in and get that done in a heartbeat. Might disagree with me, but the point is the land is very clear. There's old growth, there's new growth, there's important species. There are trees on that land. I have walked it. That land has stuff we don't have other places but are native. That's important. It's not a big lift to do that. When we talk about the use of native species, the response was they will likely be prioritized. That's not good enough. And I understand that we have regulations now, but let's get that in writing. We don't need more arborvitae. They're ugly and not great for our local environment. But stone walls, this one gets me. The response to the stone wall condition, which was a full mapping of existing stone walls and a plan to maintain or rebuild all walls that align with any applicable local and state laws. The response was, we've already spoken to Rhode Island Historic Preservation Commission. Now, the applicant did speak to them in the last round, not this application. So a year ago, there was a conversation about whether or not there was historic structures on the property. Now, they didn't address stone walls, period. And I'm going to submit that letter for the record. And they didn't talk about it because they don't actually have the control of those walls. The state does. And the state, meaning our legislature, has a very clear position on stone walls. And when you destroy them, steal from them, or remove the rocks, it is considered a larceny charge. We protect those walls for a reason. The state also maps them on Rhode Island GIS. They don't do that for fun. They do that because they see these as banners of what we have left. They are not to be removed. Cities and towns, by state law, cannot have their own maintenance people disturb those walls. Now, Cranston has not done a local condition on this. Too bad. We should. But state law still protects those walls. And we need to be thoughtful about this answer because it isn't adequate. So when you're thinking about this, I ask that you ask a lot of hows. And I don't think any one of the people, and I'm not a neighbor, to be clear, I live on Natick Ave. I don't think that anyone has said no development. What they've said is please be responsible about it. And that's fair. This is the largest development we have seen in decades. And it is one of the last pieces of land that's left in the city. So please do the right thing.
Hi, Jessica Salter, 6 Vaughn Lane. Good evening. Thank you yet again for your time, and thank you to the developers team for their response to the suggested conditions. I had not originally planned to speak tonight, as I realize you've had many opportunities to hear my thoughts on this project, but I wanted to quickly address 2 points of the developer's response to the requested conditions. specifically construction hours and noise and construction sequencing. First, on the construction hours and noise. The applicant argues that additional restrictions are unnecessary because existing ordinances are sufficient. But based on everything I've been able to find, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I would love to be wrong in this instance, Cranston does not have a highly specific construction hours ordinance. It has a general noise ordinance with a construction section, which somewhat serves a different purpose. The general noise ordinance, which much of this project would fall under, offers protection only between the hours of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. The existing subset of the noise ordinance, which pertains to construction, which is what we would expect to offer protection in this instance, allows construction equipment to operate from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. That is a 15-hour window every single day, and it does not prohibit weekend or holiday work. So in reality, the applicant's position, it could include early morning starts, evening construction, and potentially 7 days a week of activity. And while that may be workable in a dense urban environment, this is a quiet rural residential neighborhood where ambient noise levels are low and where residents reasonably expect peace and predictability. In that context, relying on a very broad citywide noise ordinance is simply not sufficient. And it is within the Planning Commission's power to impose stricter construction hours for this project, and we ask that you do so. On the issue of construction sequencing, given the scale and potential impacts of this project, requiring sequencing and stabilization through a formal condition provides an important safeguard. It ensures accountability, reduces the risk of prolonged site disturbance, and protects adjacent properties, public infrastructure, and protects other environmental resources. This is especially important given the concerns surrounding how changes to the current elevation will impact flooding and water runoff to existing properties, the wetlands, and the nearby river. Accordingly, the condition that we've asked for is not duplicative, but instead serves to elevate standard practices into a binding commitment that can be monitored and enforced as a part of the project's approval. Without these safeguards, this project could become a continuously expanding construction site, significantly increasing noise, dust, and the duration of the impact on the abutters. Again, if proper sequencing and stabilization are truly standard, as the response mentioned, there should be no issue committing to them formally. And to expand on that idea of standard practices, the applicant repeatedly states that many of the protections requested in these conditions are already standard practice. But that raises a very straightforward question. If these are truly standard practices, why is there any resistance to making them binding conditions? Because there's a critical difference between what is described as best practice and what is actually required and enforceable. Without conditions, there's no guarantee of consistency across phases, no accountability if practice slip, and no clear recourse for residents. We are asking you for help in assuring us that we will not have to rely on general assurances, but instead set enforceable expectations up front so that we have confidence that these standard practices will be met. At its core, this entire list of suggested conditions is about accountability and appropriate fit within the surrounding community. This project is being introduced into a quiet rural neighborhood, not an urban corridor, and that context matters. The applicant is asking the commission to rely on a general ordinance that allows very broad construction activity and statements of intent that are not enforceable. Respectfully, that's not enough. If something is truly standard practice, it should be standard to put it in writing. These conditions are not burdensome. They are basic, reasonable safeguards to ensure that what is promised is actually delivered and that the character and livability of this neighborhood are protected during what we already have heard will be a very long construction process. What we have heard from so many involved in this project is that they are in support of a responsible, fair, well thought out project. This is a way to make sure that that applies to everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Sutcliffe, 171 Main Street, and I am the property owner directly adjacent to the proposed Road A. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again tonight regarding the proposed road. At the previous meeting, I raised concerns regarding the location, design, and potential impacts of the proposed roadway. I also mentioned that I had hired a surveyor at my own expense to confirm my boundaries due to my property's close proximity to the proposed roadway. Since the last meeting, the surveyor has completed the research phase and begun field work. However, the survey process is still ongoing. Because of that, these concerns remain, particularly since the exact property lines in this area have not yet been definitively established. I understand that a variance has been requested for the roadway width. However, until the property boundaries are clearly established, there is no way to independently verify the dimensions being relied upon for this request. Until the relevant survey work is complete, questions remain regarding the placement of the roadway and its potential impact on adjacent properties. I respectfully ask the commission to keep these concerns in mind as you consider the master plan and any future approvals associated with this project. Thank you.
Mike Klitzner, 1410 Hope Road.
Could you state your name again?
Mike Klitzner. My concern has been all along is the amount of traffic. Hope Road has been listed as one of the 3 busiest roads. And now we want to put another 44 homes with only access to the property by 90% of the traffic has to go by my house to get to the entrance, wherever it may be determined. There's an alternate entrance on either side. The other side, that would be fantastic. It would eliminate at least half of the traffic that we have. Hope Road has turned into a throughway, morning and evening, speeding at night and everything else. And I just don't think the road without a traffic survey could justifiably handle additional 44 more homes. That's 80 some odd cars every day in and out on our road that's already taxed. We have school buses that run up and down the street, school kids crossing the street. They fly as it is. And I just feel that it needs to be addressed. And if we walk away from this, at least we have a traffic survey in place before we grant final approval to make sure that the road can handle the additional traffic. It's a busy street and now we're going to add more to it. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Any other further public comment in the room? Seeing none. Mr. Lima, is there any further public comment online?
There is no public comment online.
Okay. Does the applicant wish to respond to the comments made by the public?
Mr. President, members of the commission, my name is Tom Moses. I'm a principal in the law firm Moses Ryan. I would say many of the comments that the property owners, the abutters, and interested neighbors are legitimate questions. But this is the inappropriate venue. These questions they have raised are all appropriately addressed at preliminary plan. For example, when you discuss the issue of ledge and blasting in those conditions, we have to do a ledge survey, which will be done and submitted to the Planning Commission in preliminary plan. We are required on traffic to submit to you in preliminary plan a traffic analysis. The issue of groundwater, we don't even have the groundwater or the drainage work done yet. That's all done at preliminary plan. Now, we tried, as your request, Mr. President, be reasonable with our responses to the requests of Mr. Seipel. And I think we did a good job at that. And I honestly think that the city of Cranston has qualified planners and qualified engineers that work within the city. And if they believe, if they come to you and say, we need additional help, we need an independent review by an outside consultant, that's all at preliminary plan. So This development is being asked to bear a burden that no other development has had to bear. And that's unfair. That's just unfair. I mean, people still have property rights. They still have the right to own property and develop property. I'm not suggesting that any of these concerns of these neighbors are irrational or inappropriate. I understand it. If I lived in a house with a rubble foundation that shakes when a car goes by, I'd be concerned about my house. I wouldn't be concerned about the construction of a subdivision. I mean, if you carefully listen to what people are saying to you, if you know this site abuts Coventry and Situate. There are massive mills in this area. Thousands of people worked in this area. This is not an area that has been this rural setting that has never been seen in 1,000 years. That is not the case. That's an unfair assessment, and it's unfair to you as a commission to have to address that, because that's not the case. You have a master plan approval, you have a comprehensive plan that approves this development. This is a by right development. This isn't like we're asking to put a nuclear power plant here. This is to build residential housing, which the entire world says is a necessity in the state, a dramatic necessity. And I understand the problems, and we will address every single one of these issues at preliminary plan, but we have to get master plan first, Mr. President, members of the commission. Thank you.
Mr. Moses, may I ask you two specific questions?
Sure.
The abutters attorney
Mhm.
talked about the gate being in perpetuity.
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, my voice.
I know you're not feeling well. I
Yeah,
apologize.
the gate, the Knox Gate that
Yes.
separates the subdivision from Vaughn Lane.
Yes,
He indicated that he would like it to be in perpetuity. Is that a problem in your view?
no, but
Second,
that's a condition that you, as a planning commission, would have to.
I understand that. I
Okay.
wanted to understand your perspective on it
Yep.
before I impose something
Yep.
potentially. Last question I have for you is on the phasing.
Mhm.
The abutters attorney asked, could the phasing be done in such a way where the Vaughn Lane portion, the portion that would be abutting Vaughn Lane would be in the last phase? And that the first phases would be more on the road A? I'd like to know what your opinion
Can I
is on that.
confer with my client?
Okay, sure, go ahead,
Thank you.
sir.
My client feels that's not a problem.
Thank you very much. Those are the questions I have for you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for Mr. Moses?
Can I say one more thing, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, please?
No problem. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would suggest that my client has had experts come and testify,
Mhm.
experts in their specific field to testify. Now, I'm not criticizing any neighbors for the way they feel it's their homes. I would feel the same way if it was my home. I would be concerned. But you need to evaluate the quality of the testimony versus a professional engineer's testimony versus a neighbor who's upset because they don't want life to change. I just would like to add that. That was all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any, before you go, Mr. Moses, I have to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for
Oh,
you.
sure.
Does any of my colleagues have any questions for Mr. Moses / the applicant? Mr. Coop, Commissioner Coop, please proceed.
No problem. I just want to follow up on the issue of work hours.
Yep.
Because I do think the reference to the noise ordinance is a little too open-ended.
Mhm.
would you consider proposing some sort of reasonable hours that we could limit the construction to? I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Sure.
and Give us an answer
Yeah,
on
I'll be
that.
happy to address it. First and foremost, work hour conditions are not unreasonable. They're not. And my client will not be working at 10 o'clock at night. I will tell you that, because he'll be paying premium dollars to union contractors to be working out there. This, you got to be realistic about this. This is a very expensive project to build. I would also tell you that once we get the ledge survey that we were required to do, we will know better as when we can work, and there will be limitations on us regarding that. We are more than happy to work in reasonable work hours in conjunction with what is approved with the Public Works Director, the town engineer, and the town planner, city planner, excuse me. We have no problem with work hours, but that's an issue that once you evaluate all the engineering we can do. Would I say to you that we would like work hours 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.? We could live with that. That's not a problem. But what I'm saying to you is that is for road construction, right? That's what we're worried about, because that's when you're blasting and you're a lot of earthwork, a lot of heavy equipment. When people are building their homes, that's a condition that the building official will put on every house. I just want to be clear on who's doing what. That makes sense?
That part of it does.
Yeah.
And I understand your point about working at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
But for example, a street sweeper came by my house at 6 o'clock this morning.
Yep.
Got my dogs riled up, woke up the whole house. Now I
Mhm.
imagine that happening at 6 o'clock every morning,
Mhm.
and that would be a real issue.
Yeah,
So-
that's why I said 7.
So I think your answer for that, I think your answer's fine, but
Mm-hmm.
I do think some sort of formality to that.
Oh,
would be
yeah,
appropriate.
and we will address that specifically to you at preliminary plan, because we need to understand what our limitations of construction is going to be. We don't know that yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Moses or the applicant? I think that's all set, Mr. Moses.
Thank you.
Mr. Marcello, just for our own due process issues, do I need to open this up one more time for anybody to respond to that, or we are all set at this point?
You don't have, I mean, it's up to you. There's no new evidence, so
Yeah.
the legal answer is there's no new evidence.
I'll give the chance, the abutters attorney or anybody have anything specific to what Mr. Moses just said? Okay, the applicant's attorney indicated from the audience that no, thank you. Okay. All right, at this point, you want to ask a question, Director?
I do want to make a point that one of the conditions requested that would close off the second means of egress would trigger the need for a variance that was not requested, because our subdivision regulations require the 2 roads.
Could you repeat that again, so I
Our
understand it?
subdivision
Yep.
our subdivision ordinance requires the 2 means of entrance to the neighborhood. If not, they would need a variance if we're exceeding the maximum length of a dead-end road. It's a waiver, but that's something that hasn't been, I just want to make, it's a point of
That's okay.
just.
I understand. I think
procedurally,
I
there would be a
understand what
waiver
you're,
required if
you've interpreted,
if we approve this without 2 roads.
right, so we've approved it. Okay, so Mr. Moses, do you want to respond to that point? I saw you get up. I'll give you the opportunity.
Mr. President, members of the commission, your specific regulations it's on page 89 of 125, dead-end streets and cul-de-sacs. All right. In cases where unusual conditions exist, the commission may modify the requirements for dead-end streets and cul-de-sacs. So when I said to you earlier, if you want that gate, that's within your purview. I appreciate what you're suggesting, that, but I wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
So that's clearly within your purview.
Okay,
Not that you would.
right. Okay. Anything further? Okay. Solicitor Marcelo, should I do a motion to close public comment?
Yes.
Okay, Could somebody make a motion to close public comment? Made by Commissioner Coop, seconded by Commissioner Mancini. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Okay. If I was the city council, I'd be taking a break now. And then like meeting up here and I don't know what to do. But anyway. Sorry. I still have a sense of humor with a cold. I'll open the floor up to my colleagues to, if they have something they want to start talking about in reviewing this application. Otherwise, I'll make my best effort. Oh, Commissioner Lanfear, please proceed.
Thank you. With regard to just picking up where we left off about the one access point, one of the things that we spoke of at our last meeting and also this meeting is the question of whether or not one access point is sufficient, both from a traffic point of view and also from an emergency vehicle point of view. From what Director Ashman has said, one access point will require a variance or a waiver. And I don't believe, and I would like someone to correct me if I am wrong about this, but I don't believe we heard any testimony as to whether or not one access point is sufficient. So without any testimony on that issue, is that something that we can proceed to approve under a master plan?
They're proposing two, right now, there are two access points. Vaughn Lane and Road A. Do you agree with that?
Yes, there are two proposed access points.
What the abutters are suggesting is putting a gate on Road Vaughn Lane, but again, that's something right now, I mean, for master plan, because of you don't have the traffic study in front of you. So right now, they are proposing two access points, A and Vaughn Lane. It seems to me that once the traffic study comes in, it may be a condition of approval that, that a gate goes into Vaughn Lane. At that point, it would be a legal issue for preliminary whether they need a waiver when the access point is a gate as opposed to nothing. So in other words, if there was no access, if Vaughn Lane was not accessible at all. So, but at this point, they're showing us two access points and they're not requesting a waiver.
And after a traffic study is done, depending upon what the results of that traffic study may be, are we as a commission then free to change our initial approval? Because what we're approving is a master plan that has two access points.
Correct.
If we find out as the result of a traffic study that one of those access points is not workable or doable,
Then at that point, it would either be, there would have to be a change in the plan or a waiver requested, at least in my opinion.
thank you.
Any other of my colleagues have something to say at this point? Okay. I'll get going. I'll start out this way. I like Western Cranston as a rural area, although I don't live there. If I could, I would kind of keep it the way it is. If I was an elected official, I would probably talk to the applicant about whether or not we could have some of this be more open space. But I'm not an elected official and I'm not the property owner. I'm a person on the planning board that goes by what these requirements are. They're the property owner. They have the right to develop it within the rules and regulations and of the law. So I cannot deny it outright because I do not see from your witness, your expert, clear statements that I can cite to about being inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. I cannot find how it doesn't comply with zoning. The access point issue. They do have an access point that I think is pretty much undisputed at this time, which is Road A. The Vaughn Lane access point, they have provided significant evidence at this point that this is an access point. It may be a unusual and a bad access point, but it's still an access point of some type. What I believe as we go through this process, we'll be making determinations about Vaughn Lane. So by statute, I don't see much leeway for me other than to impose conditions. On the conditions, I'll go through them. My colleagues will say what they're going to say, and I want to say what I'm going to say. On the staff recommendation, they put a condition, number 3, Vaughn Lane shall not need to be improved to public city standards as part of this development. I'd like to revise that to say Vaughn Lane shall not be improved. And that it include a statement that there will be a gate with a knock box separating the subdivision from Vaughn Lane. The reason I do this is that it is a public safety hazard to try and turn that Vaughn Lane into something other than a roadway that is used by about a half a dozen people. I'm not an engineer. I don't pretend to be one. I can get myself from one place to another with a car in the city of Cranston. That's about what I can do. But I can tell that I do not want to have a car accident over there. If we need to have emergency access, I understand it. A gate with a knock box in perpetuity would be sufficient to protection for the people of Vaughn Lane so they don't have a public safety hazard. The rest of the conditions here seem to me adequate. I will now go through the conditions of the abutters. I believe, let me just start out with conditions. I'm a person that's been a regulator and a regulated. I generally do not see the need to impose conditions if they're already required by state law somewhere else. Also, conditions should be imposed in stages when they're most applicable. That's my general view of things. Traffic study. I think a traffic study should be required and peer reviewed as a condition of approval of master plan. We know we're going to need one. I said it the wrong way. A traffic study is to be completed and peer reviewed at preliminary plan stage. So that master plan's approved with a condition at preliminary plan stage traffic study Once we get the traffic study back, we will have to potentially make changes. Maybe there will be, maybe there won't be. Maybe we get into this whole issue that Commissioner Lampier has talked about, Director Ashman's talked about. This is an unusual development. The theory of about looking for alternative access routes. I'm not convinced, nor I'm sure that there is an alternative access route somewhere out east. I look at that map, I look at a lot of wetlands. I don't really think it's there. But here's the problem I have. I don't think I can mandate an applicant to go explore alternative access routes when they give me road A. And so I think that's the problem. I think your conditions that I would agree to about Vaughn Lane not being improved, that there's a gate with a knock box for only emergency vehicles in perpetuity, I think addresses some of the protection for Vaughn Lane. I will assure you about the geotechnical study, subsurface conditions. Absolutely, we're going to have a preliminary plan stage. We need to have a study done when we get the before we get the preliminary plan stage. Once after this is done. Stone walls. Again, we have something here already about stone walls. And if state law governs there, we're going to follow it. When it comes to the trees, that's going to be part of the landscaping plan. And, there's going to be roads built and some of those trees are going to be cut down for those roads. I've already heard from them as a commitment. They're not talking about invasive species, the blasting issue. The blasting issue is something that's very significant. I believe you guys when you tell me things shake. I worry about that. The time to deal with blasting will be at the preliminary plan stage, like we did in Natick Solar. And I'll be better, if I'm here at the commission, I'll be pretty prepared for that. And you should be too. Because at Natick Solar, it seemed to me there was an outgrowth of ledge in one particular area. This thing, we don't know where the ledge is, how much ledge is going to have to be blown up or dealt with. We can't know that until we get the study. So telling them they can't do blasting or restrictions on blasting and surveys and all this other stuff, these are all conditions for preliminary plan stage. I assure you, if I am here, I will be more than willing to listen and consider conditions related to blasting to protect people. Construction hours, again, no construction is going to go on before preliminary plan stage. This is a topic that can be addressed at preliminary plan. And we will have a better idea of what kind of construction we're talking about after we do all these surveys. Many of these requirements are already part of standard procedure. If you believe that the standard procedures are not sufficient, by all means, at preliminary plan stage, tell me why you want to go beyond the standard, why they're wrong, be specific to me. Stormwater. I'm skeptical about whether or not the city has the capability in-house to review a stormwater plan of this magnitude, but I'm not comfortable yet, unless my colleagues think otherwise, of requiring a peer review at this stage, but one will come if we have to. Phasing. There will be phasing. The phasing will be determined at preliminary plan stage. I want a condition here about phasing, which indicates there will be phasing will be determined at the preliminary plan stage, and that Vaughn Lane, the portion of the subdivision connecting Vaughn Lane would be the last phase of any phasing. Also, part of phasing, I'd like the applicant to be ordered to do an impact study. The impact study would inform us of the phasing. Services, schools, fire, the whole works. So that could be, I leave it, we can talk about the details, but impact studies of a reason I'd order an impact study here is real simple. This is one of the biggest projects we've ever approved in the last 5 years, and its location at the fringe of the west and southwest corner of this city. There is issues with school capacity to the west, and there's an ongoing issue about fire service. I don't want to get into a debate about that, but that's there. The rest can be dealt with at preliminary plan stage. That's my general feeling. So for me, I'd like to have conditions modified for point number 3 with a gate box in perpetuity. I'd like to have a traffic study required that's peer reviewed. I'd like to have a condition that states that the preliminary plan phasing will be determined. And prior to that, they need to do an impact study, but that the phasing, the last stage of the phasing would involve the portion of the subdivision that touches Vaughan Lane. That's pretty much where I am. I'd like to hear from my colleagues if they want to go further, they disagree with me, or if they have a different view, I'm all ears. But that's kind of where it is for me. Commissioner Koo, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree generally with most of what you said. I do believe that the city has a well-qualified engineer when it comes to assessing drainage. And also believe that if it is beyond his ability, he would certainly inform his boss, the Public Works Director, who's a member of the commission. So I'm not too worried about that. I have no problem with a peer-reviewed traffic study. But I would suggest that maybe we should hold off on any conditions regarding Vaughan Lane until after that traffic study has been presented to the commission. Just because we don't want to put ourselves in a spot where we learn something from the traffic study and want to reverse course. And I don't know if this has been addressed at any point, but if we're going to require a gate with a Knox box at the end of Vaughan Lane, the purpose would be to permit emergency vehicles. Is the current state of Vaughan Lane sufficient for emergency vehicles to pass? Is it wide enough for a fire truck to get around the corner and down the street? I don't know. Maybe the director can tell me if that's already been looked at.
You know, while it's not ideal, the fire department did indicate that Vaughan Lane was an important second access.
Okay, so that's good. So then in that case, I would, if the traffic study indicates, then I would certainly support the gate at the end of Vaughan Lane. But I wonder if we should wait to see the traffic study first. And I could be convinced either way, but I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, just one thing that was frustrating to me, and I'll say this, and I don't want to be too difficult with some people, but like in the report that the staff gave us, there was no comments filed by the traffic engineer, no comments filed by the fire department. You know, it would have been helpful if the fire department had put that in writing, so we would have known that, you know what I'm saying? And on the traffic engineer, you know, but he could have said something about it. But I think Commissioner Coop, what I'm concerned about is once you decide, right now the plan is no need for improvement. No, that's the whole basis of this, no need for improvement in Vaughan Lane. I think it would be if we did a switch and bait and said all of a sudden on preliminary plan, we're gonna develop Vaughn Lane and start like knocking down people's buildings, I feel pretty uncomfortable about that. I feel like I wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
don't, you know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, I wasn't suggesting that. I was suggesting, I mean, I was concerned about the emergency vehicle access, but if we've been told that it's okay as it is, then I would not say improve it. I might, as far as putting the gate up, I might wait to see what the traffic study shows. Because, you know, we don't know. I understand the reluctance to have regular vehicle traffic going up and down Ball Lane. I'm with, you know, I'm with that. But at the same time, if a traffic study says, well, that would relieve a burden somewhere else and it would be worth it, then maybe what we ought to consider something.
Yeah, I just think that Vaughn Lane, unless you're going to widen it at key points which would affect other people's buildings and properties, I just don't think it's feasible as a, like I call it, normal two-way traffic, Commissioner Coop. You see what I'm saying? That's
I
just,
do.
you know, I mean, I was out
I
there
do.
for the site visit and I can't remember what the numbers are, but it's like 12, 14 feet wide. I mean, that's why I prefer to just lock in. And then if we lock in at this point and the traffic study says, well, these are issues, then the applicant can figure out the issues. Maybe they scale back the project. Maybe they do something else. I don't know. But I don't want to do a switch and bait on Vaughn Lane. I'm approving this on the basis that Vaughn Lane is a secondary access road going to be only for emergency vehicles that is not going to have any improvement. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Because if I had to say this is going to be a normal access road, I'd have to like think about whether or not I'm creating a public safety hazard or other consequences. You know, that's me. Any of my colleagues have anything else they'd like to add or talk about? Okay, so my view is that we approve the conditions, but for number 3, we modify it to say Vaughn Lane shall not be improved to public city standards as part of development, and that a gate with a knock box shall be placed there in perpetuity to separate Vaughn Lane from the subdivision. And then I'd add 2 more conditions, which is that there will be a traffic study performed for preliminary plan that will be peer reviewed, and that there will be a phasing plan submitted as part of preliminary plan, which would indicate the last section of the subdivision in touching Vaughn Lane, that the last phase would be the portion of the subdivision touching Vaughn Lane, and that as part of that phasing that would be the phasing, and then I'll add one more to make it simple, and that the applicant and that a impact study be performed. Okay, those are my 3 things. Modified number 3, traffic study, phasing with Vaughn Lane as the last part, and then an impact study for preliminary plan. And Mr. Solicitor, I think what would be is that we have to find legally that it meets the subdivision requirements and then with conditions, correct?
Yeah, correct. I mean, normally the motions are to accept staff's findings based upon the statement,
yep,
which are in your memo. And if you want to supplement any of those findings, you certainly can. And then you can accept staff's conditions with amendments.
Correct. Okay. So that's my kind of motion would be to adopt the staff's recommendation and findings, to adopt master plan with the conditions set forth in the memo, with the exception that for number 3, it says Vaughn Lane shall not be improved to public city standards as part of this development, and a gate with a knock box in perpetuity will be placed dividing the subdivision from the Vaughn Lane, and that the three other conditions would be a traffic study that is peer reviewed, a phasing plan for for preliminary plan stage, which would have Vaughn Lane, the portion of the subdivision connecting the Vaughn Lane be the last portion of the phase, last phase, and third, an impact study to be performed. Commissioner Lampier?
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we also include as a condition that a stormwater plan peer review may be required prior to preliminary plan approval after consultation with Public Works?
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Commissioner Coop, you have a problem with indicating that a peer-reviewed stormwater plan may be required after consultation with DPW. We don't have DPW here too on top of it.
So we may impose a future condition. I'm just confused. It's not a condition, it's we may impose a condition. Wouldn't we do that when they come back with a preliminary plan? At that point, we could talk to Public Works and say, we want your stormwater plan peer reviewed.
That's my purpose is to make sure that the applicant is aware that it's a condition that we might require. And without Public Works here for us to inquire about qualifications and whether or not they feel they have sufficient staff for the scope of the project, I did not want it to escape being a condition. But if we are in agreement that it can be added later, that's fine. Applicants on notice that we're considering.
I think it could, but if the president or council wants to tell me that it can.
You can do it. I mean, it's not really hurting anything either way. You can impose the condition or not impose the condition later on. It certainly gives the applicant notice that one's probably coming down the pipe.
I think they know that.
Okay, so a fourth condition would be that a stormwater plan, could you just say, Commissioner Lampier, may be required after consultation with DPW. Okay. So that's 4 more. One other thing, solicitor, I think we have to grant the waivers, correct? Yes, and the waiver on the 47.5 feet from the 50 feet, right? The road A, correct, yeah. And there's something else too. I can't remember what the other waiver is.
Mr. President, would we also approve the waiver for the dead end street at this point if we're going to require?
I would rather have that wait till we get the preliminary plan stage. Let's go figure out whether or not we really have to do that. You know?
I just think if we're gonna put a condition in requiring that we close off Vaughn Lane, or then we should hold off on the condition requiring the closure of Vaughn Lane until we know whether or not that would require a waiver.
Solicitor, do you have an opinion about, do we have to grant a waiver on the cul-de-sac rule at this stage?
As I said before, I would advise that we wait on the gate.
Oh, you're more of a wait on the gate guy.
Correct. Because you don't have a traffic study yet. You're asking gate there.
See, I just don't want to do a switch and bait. That's my worry.
Right now, the 2 waivers are the width of Road A and then Jonas
The two
width
waivers that
of the
we,
roadway to be at least 24 feet, so you want them to be less. Jonas? For the second waiver,
Shall be at least minimum of 24 feet
minimum.
wide.
Okay.
I think curbing is, yeah, so 16, oh, God. Yes, so one of them is curbing, the other, so the low impact development, the one for one of them is for sidewalks, which requires low impact development, which also requires low impact development design, which also requires a waiver for curbing. It kind of like, they kind of trigger each other.
anybody else have an opinion? Because I'm, like I said, I don't want to belabor this, but I feel the need, the applicants agreed to do a gate, and I don't want to see a switch and bait. That's basically what my view is. If the applicant, if we, first of all, if we were to interpret the regulations to say they have to request a waiver, I mean, I'm not even sure I have to interpret the regulations that way. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at this issue. Don't have it in front of me. Or that they could just make it a preliminary plan stage.
Yeah, they absolutely do it.
Okay, so I'd rather just do it at preliminary plan. I don't, and I'll just say this for the record, I don't see a problem with me granting it a preliminary plan either. That's because the fire department will have access. The police will have access with a knock box. So the intent behind the need for these cul-de-sac rules is for purposes of public safety. That's the major reason why we have these cul-de-sac length rules, is so that the police and fire can have two ways to get in. That's how I view it. Anything else anyone else has to say? We can make a motion. I can make the motion, but it's usually I don't make the motion, but I'm just trying to move this along, guys. So, okay, I'm gonna move this along. I'm gonna make a motion that we adopt the staff's recommendation, finding of facts, grant the waivers, the conditions as set forth in the staff memo, with the alteration to condition 3, that Vaughn Lane shall not be improved to public city standards as part of this development, and that a gate with a knock box in perpetuity will be placed separating the subdivision from Vaughn Lane, and that we have 4 additional conditions. That there be a traffic study that is peer reviewed, performed for preliminary plan, that there will be a phasing plan proposed at preliminary plan stage, in which the portion of the subdivision that connects to Vaughn Lane would be in the last phase of the project. Third, that an impact study will be performed. And fourth, Commissioner Lanfear, could you just say it?
A stormwater plan peer review shall be required.
May be required.
May be required after consultation with the Public Works Director.
Yes. Commissioner Coop? Second, or you have something to say? Just, I can hear you in the microphone too.
I would ask you if you would just slightly amend your change to condition 3 to include, and that the plan, and to the extent necessary to comply with the ordinance, the commission modifies the requirements for dead end streets and cul-de-sacs, so that we don't put ourselves in a pickle where we've imposed a condition that then implicates another requirement.
I would phrase it as condition 3 as Vaughn Lane shall not be improved to public city standards as part of the development with a gate with a knock box placed between Vaughn Lane and the subdivision in perpetuity, with the with the additional, it's a regulation, Commissioner. So it would be like, and in the event, and if necessary, the commission would waive the subdivision regulation requirement of length related to dead-end streets and cul-de-sacs, if necessary.
That's where I was going. Thank you.
Is that fine?
Yes, that's what I meant. Thank you very much.
And if necessary, you understand the add-on to number 3. If necessary, the requirement for the length restriction on cul-de-sacs and dead-end streets in the subdivision regulations would be waived. Okay. So what is it, Commissioner Coop? Okay. Anybody else has anything to say? I think I covered everything in my head. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. And I just want to say this, congratulations to the applicant and to the abutters. This is not the end of the process. This is not even the end of the beginning. So we will see you again if this thing moves forward. For those of you at home watching, we're going to allow the room to, the members in the audience to leave the room before we take up the ordinances. That's Has everybody cleared the room? Okay. Are my colleagues ready to proceed or they want to take a break? I don't know. We're going to start the ordinances. Okay. Just tell them not to worry about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how are you? Next on the agenda, we're moving to ordinances. So usually when there's an ordinance, for all of you here who are not accustomed to this process, when there's an ordinance, it's usually one of two things. It's usually a rezoning ordinance and an applicant comes forward to make their presentation, or the staff has put together an ordinance to comply with some aspect of state law or at the direction of the commission. Today, we will be hearing an ordinance and giving a recommendation on the ordinance presented by a city council member. Is that city council? So I'd like to give the opportunity for the city council member here or at home to make a presentation or any sort of opening related to these ordinances. And the other thing I'd like to add is I'd like to take these ordinances as a group because I feel like we will likely be talking about them as a group anyway. So is Councilman Andujar here in the room or online at this? Councilman Andujar, if you wish, I'd like to give you the opportunity to tell us about your ordinances, what they do, why you recommend that we should give a positive recommendation. And then we will hear from the staff and then we will hear from the public. And then the commissioners will then deliberate.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Councilman. How are you today?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the commission. I put forth these two ordinances, basically common sense legislation. Other cities and towns are doing it. As you see, I'm just looking for a way to increase revenue. There's already houses that exist on this size of, the square footage that's being presented today, and that's basically it. So, I mean, it's just common sense. I will be listening and paying attention to see what the committee recommends, and then I guess we'll be coming to my committee tomorrow. So I
Correct.
thank everybody for their time, thank everybody for their service, and I'll be listening.
Thank you, Councilman Endar. And that's the other thing I should point out to the audience, that this is the start of the process, not the end of the process. We give a recommendation, and then the city council makes the final decision. And they're having an ordinance committee meeting, I think, tomorrow. So we give a recommendation, and then the city council decides. So with the staff, as I said earlier, we have two ordinances. I can take them up together. Would the staff make their presentation on their ordinances? On these ordinances, excuse me.
All right, so we have two ordinances today. I'm gonna talk about them both at the same time, kind of mix them up in the presentation a little bit because they cover very similar aspects, and just read through my memo. So covers pretty similar aspects in the comp plan as well, and they interact with each other pretty well as well. And I'm basically going to refer, the ordinances don't really have a title, so I'm going to refer to the first ordinance, 03 as kind of like the substandard lots ordinance, and then 04 as the two-family ordinance throughout the presentation. So 03, basically what this ordinance does, it has two core elements to it, both of them primarily affecting, or well, really exclusively affecting the two zoning districts. Yeah, I'm going to talk about examples, and then I'm going to go through exactly what they do. For reference, these are most of the B1 and B2 zoning districts. Well, all of the B1, some of the B2 zoning districts. There are B2 zoning districts in other parts of the city, but those are primarily zoned for very specific developments. Those areas are already built up or have developments already associated with those lands that are in various stages of approvals. And so primarily, these are the areas that will be affected. It is Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, and parts of Ward 5 as well. So this is kind of what the first aspect of the ordinance does, is on the right, you can see that is a lot that is a single record lot. That is the green area here. Basically what this ordinance allows is you can take a plaque card, a historical plaque card on the left. If you have evidence that these lots, which are currently here, are one lot or two lots in the past, that will give you allow you to do a by right subdivision, provided that the lots are 3,000 square feet, have a 3,000 allow you to do a minimum, allow you to do a by right subdivision of the lots into lots that are substandard for the zone, so less than what the zoning requires, provided they are at least 3,000 square feet and have 30 feet of frontage, and also adhere to and make sure that all that land, all that 3,000 square feet is land that is considered suitable for development. This is the categories of land that's considered unsuitable for development. So, that is your wetlands, that is flood hazard zones, that is certain easements. If you, had a plaque card you put forward and one of the lots that you wanted to subdivide had 3,000 square feet, but 500 of that square feet was wetlands or an easement, that means you can't do the subdivision. You need 3,000 square feet of suitable area for development. The second thing that this ordinance does, it takes lots that are substandard, that are less than what the zoning requires. So here's an example is, 2 lots that are in common ownership that are less than 6,000 square feet individually. So they are per our zoning ordinance, they are considered merged. Therefore that second lot, even though there's no structure on it, you're not allowed to build on that and you have to get a variance to build on it. There's a recent state law that came into effect that allows unmerging under certain circumstances, which does happen occasionally, but honestly, most of these, most of the variances that a lot of the commission members have already seen, most of the time require variances. On the left here, it has a green box, this structure. I guess it is a little close to a lot line, so maybe it's not the best example because it has to actually also adhere to the sliding scale. But in this example, it's a single family house. We've interpreted, and here in the example, the red box, even though very similar, it has a 3-family on it. So the way we've been interpreting it is that 2 and 3 families still need, really, if they wanted to unmerge their lots, they still needed an additional variance for that. So this ordinance would really only apply to single family homes like this. Oh, and the same with the other one, you need at least 3,000 square feet, and you need a minimum frontage and lot width of 30 feet. And it has to be 500 feet from a 1% flood hazard area. I think the ordinance specifies it as AE and VE flood zones, AE being flood zones from freshwater wetland, mostly like streams and rivers and ponds, versus the VE is mostly coastal flooding. The second ordinance, so this is for the 2-family zoning ordinance. This one does 3 things. It clarifies that 2-family structures are permitted on substandard lots of record. So we only passed the previous one that only applied to 2 single families. We apply if both of these bills would be, if this bill would be approved, it would allow 2-family structures on substandard lots. It kind of clarifies that. It would also reduce the minimum lot size requirements for both single family and 2-family structures, both down to 4,000, and also makes adjustments to frontage, setbacks, and maximum lot coverage accordingly. It also aligns lot size requirements for multifamily structures to mirror that 4,000 square foot requirement for the first 2 units. Just, I believe that's for consistency purposes. Here's the exact amendment. You can see both single and 2-family used to be in separate requirements. We used to require currently 6,000 square feet for a single family in the B1 and the B2, and 8,000 for 2 families in B1 and B2. The ordinance also, reduces frontage, reduces front minimum lot setbacks, kind of to accommodate for the fact that this is now, a smaller lot. Generally, as we stated in the memo, is that both of these bills and these bills individually have kind of these 5 core impacts. They will facilitate neighborhood consistent development and bring a substantial number of existing homes into conformance with zoning. They will allow a portion of the city's housing goals to be met by permitting homes in smaller lots and streamlining development processes. They will capitalize on existing utility infrastructure with minimal chance that roads and utilities will be expanded to accommodate development, meaning much lower cost to the city compared to expanding development in other parts of the city that have less infrastructure. They will reduce development pressure on remaining open space in the city by allowing more development on the eastern side of the city, and they will significantly reduce staff time spent on cumbersome unmerging and a lot of variance processes. And I'm also going to go through each of these points. So the first one is to make the zoning conform to existing development. These bills kind of put these two actions, you know, it's a direct execution of these two actions, which it basically aligns zoning with our built environment in the B1 and the B2. And our analysis kind of reflects that as well. Our single family, so this is what this map shows, that the majority of the B1 and B2 lots, you know, do not conform to the zoning. So we're saying about 74% of these lots do not conform to the zoning code. As you know, most of the lots in these areas were originally platted to be between 3,200 and 5,000 square feet, primarily 4,000 and 5,000, with a handful of 3,200 here and there. And the same goes for two families. Only 15% of two families actually conform to minimum lot size requirements. And the passing of the Bill 4 or Ordinance number 4, the two families would, you know, make over 82% of these lots conforming. And there's also other benefits to have, you know, zoning match the development that's actually on the ground. And primarily, it returns rights back to property owners. In 1966 is when, you know, a lot of this development was legally allowed until 1966, when there was a major change to the zoning ordinance that suddenly restricted further development on all these B1 and B2 areas. You know, and what this does, it eases home construction, it eases home repairs, and returns replacement rights to property owners, which is very much in line with our comprehensive plan policies. And another thing it does is streamlines the most common application requests that by providing a more efficient, predictable, and effective development process that's also in our comprehensive plan. And it also significantly reduces this, you know, the burden by making these more streamlined, by you know, not having to do all these you know, pretty burdensome you know, variance processes that we have to do pretty frequently, as you know. And so you know, it allows us to reach our housing goals. So according to our analysis, number 3, the substandard lot ordinance will allow development of up to 200 vacant lots. And ordinance 4, the two-family one, will allow two-family development of up to 150 lots. So, you know, provided that all of them are developed to two families, that would be up to 300 units allowed. And together, both lots, we estimate, will allow two-family development of up to 200 lots, so up to 400 units allowed. Of course, this will not substantially increase our need, and this will not substantially you know, increase the amount of low and moderate income housing, but you know, according to data we have from Housing Works, you know, two families are overall, on a per unit basis, a much more affordable type of unit than your average single family house. People. So while yes, it's not that subsidized affordability, it is generally more affordable than your average single family. And the other benefit, you know, allowing more two families does is that on a per acre basis, it is actually, on average, provides much more assessed tax value. So not only is it lower cost for the homeowner, it means we get, you know, more taxes out of those two families. And here's an analysis that shows how, you know, small lot, and especially those 2 to 5 families, tend to provide much more value, much more taxable value on a per acre basis. As you can see on those eastern side, especially the red ones, those are 2 to 5 families. You know, they tend to provide much much more taxable value on a per acre basis than the single family, the large lot single family you predominantly see on the western side of the city. Which leads me to the third one. It will reduce costs of growth to the city and homeowners. These large lot, low density developments means that fewer people can carry maintenance costs of roads and utilities. And therefore, these large lot developments are pretty costly on a per unit basis to individuals, but also overall contribute less to that tax base while requiring more miles of roadways and utilities. So the eastern side, really has like a higher household density, which means you have a greater efficiency of infrastructure and services, as most of the infrastructure and services is already in place. And, from what we know, we have the capacity to be able to handle additional households in the eastern side of the city. It also reduces development pressure on the remaining open space. This map, the orange pieces are, parts that, while yes, are not currently allowed, don't currently allow for housing development. Those are not permanent protection areas. So, as the demand for housing remains very, very high, there's greater pressure that those areas are developed. And this doesn't even show all the areas that are currently zoned for development in Western Cranston and just haven't been built on yet for a variety of reasons. So if we want to, reduce development pressure on the open space, we have to provide this trade-off of allowing more missing middle housing in the areas that are characterized by that development, that already have that development, those single and two family houses. And then in the meantime, we can reduce, this development pressure on the agricultural land and the open space, and especially, further away from the environmentally sensitive areas, the wetlands, the prime farmlands that we see primarily on the western side. And that said, the comprehensive plan also specifically speaks that we need to create this balance between natural resource protection and growth-related needs. As we know, like Cranston already is experiencing issues with flooding and water quality in streams and ponds. New development is already, any new development that'll come in, any new development that'll be created from this bill, they are already subject to requirements to offset any stormwater. But of course, that doesn't address existing issues. So planning staff recommend that, alongside this ordinance, that we also start looking into regulations that better manage our stormwater in a more comprehensive manner. That could be maximum impervious surface requirements. That could be stormwater utility fees. That could be greater expansion of low impact development standards in our regulations. We're also required to recognize and consider the purposes of zoning in our zoning ordinance. These ordinances allow for construction B1 to B2 zoning districts within the character of the existing neighborhoods and provide for current and future needs of an adequate and varied housing stock in the city. So that speaks to B&H, as is supported by the goals and policies of the 2024 comprehensive plan to purpose L. The ordinance also improves the efficiency of reviews of development proposals and expedites approval for neighborhood consistent development, which is in line with purpose N. Because these are two ordinances, we have two separate findings. Basically, we find that the comprehensive plan for Ordinance 03, that Ordinance 03 is consistent with the comprehensive plan that says 2010, that should say 2024, and that it is consistent with the general purposes of zoning. We find the same thing with Ordinance 404, and therefore we also recommend that the City Plan Commission forward a positive recommendation on Ordinance 03 as well as Ordinance 04.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Are there any initial questions for the Assistant Director from the commission? I'll ask a quick thing because it's just very simple math stuff. Assistant Director, by my calculation, if you allow two-family homes on 4,000 square foot lots, the density per acre for units is approximately 21.78. Does that sound approximately, does that sound about right to you?
That sounds approximately correct.
Okay, and the future land use map is 10.89 for B1, B2 zones. Am I correct on that?
That is correct. And, you know, the future land use map as it is written now, the density numbers are specifically geared to the underlying zoning that we have. So
Right.
that's how you get that 10.89 and
The other
it's
numbers.
a little lower.
Right.
So yeah, of course, if you're densifying those underlying zoning values, that's going to affect those numbers.
Last question or group of questions is on the housing draft plan, page 25. This city staff put together a chart which listed various neighborhoods and the median square lot size in B1s and B2s. Are you familiar with that chart? If you want me, I can give you a
I'm
copy.
familiar with that chart.
Okay, Commissioner Ashman, excuse me, Director Ashman. From my observation, approximately 11 of the 13 neighborhoods in the B1 zones have median lot sizes above 4,000 square feet. I can give you a copy, but does that sound about right to you?
So I'd like to make one comment. Since that chart was created, I've done more work with our GIS director, and we found many of the housing units in Cranston were not counted in our density numbers, so I will be reissuing that chart. And I'd also like to comment that these zoning ordinances, if there aren't 4,000 square foot lots in the neighborhood, then it's not going to allow you to create new ones. So some of the neighborhoods have a lot of 4,000, some other neighborhoods have 5,000s. I know it uses a very small number of 3,000, but it won't allow you to create new 3,000 square foot lots in neighborhoods that don't already have them.
Let me rephrase the question, which is, would you agree with me that there are neighborhoods in the B1 zone where the median lot size is likely above 4,000 square feet?
Yes, there are neighborhoods where the median is more like 5,000.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff before we go forward? Commissioner Coop?
Yeah, my question is along the similar vein. We're talking about the single-family homes. Jonas, you said that many of the single-family homes that are on lots that are smaller than the required 6,000 square feet are in the 4,000 to 5,000 square foot range, some as low as 3,200. Do we have houses on 3,000 square foot lots? And
Yeah, so
it didn't-
typically, maybe I should go back. Yeah, okay, this doesn't reflect it great. But yeah, so did I have it previously? I don't have previously. So yeah, so there are a handful of neighborhoods where we have a significant amount of development. Because again, these are a lot of, some of the areas were platted to like 3,200 square foot lots. So you'll have a row of like 4 3,200 square foot lots where there are houses on those 3,200, and then there might be a gap. So it's yeah. So there is a handful of neighborhoods that are 3,200, 4,000, 5,000. Some are more.
So the reason I asked the question is because I took a quick look. I went on the GIS and I couldn't find anything below 3,200.
Correct.
So
very
3,000 seems like a really small lot to me. And I understand the purpose for the ordinance. I support it in concept because we address a lot of these requests and rather than doing them piecemeal, I would like to see some kind of standard. But I think 3,000 is a pretty small lot size. And I think 4,000 is a pretty small lot size for two-family. I could be convinced otherwise, but I think 3,000, I couldn't find a house on a 3,000-foot lot in the city.
3,200 is more common, like in the stadium neighborhood is where.
That's actually
see
what I
most
looked
of
at.
those, yeah.
And the smallest I could find was 3,200.
Exactly. So I'm,
Ma'am, you're gonna have your chance to do public comment and say whatever you want to say. Please, trust me, you can do that.
there are smaller in the city too. It's just because the city was more typically platted to, typically on the smaller side, the 40 by 80, though there are exceptions. Like there are like 2,900 square foot lot areas, but those are definitely much fewer and much more fewer in between. So, I mean, I can't speak to exactly what I'm assuming the 3,000 number was chosen because that's just a more basic number than 3,200, but
I think it's a Providence number.
It's a Providence number.
it's the Providence number.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Providence number.
I think I forgot to mention that. So, ordinance 03 is pretty much in line with something that already exists in Providence. I forgot to mention that. Especially that section 3 for 2040. That's more or less word, besides the fact that it's limited to the B1 and B2, that's more or less word for word an ordinance that already exists in Providence. But yeah, so the
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Are there any other questions or can we go to public comment?
I have
Mr. Commissioner Calasante.
I have a question for the solicitor. I'm concerned there may be an issue on the agenda here. As advertised, the ordinance numbers are incorrect. Can we legally vote on this, given that information?
I think solicitor, the description is different.
Forty-two, 23, and then we have 3 and 4.
I think solicitor, we have to give a recommendation tomorrow. You know, our deadline's today, and I think there is enough information there so one knows what the ordinances are about.
Yeah, I agree. Because if you notice, Jonas, what he's pointing out is one says 03 and the second one says 03, but it does describe the ordinance. So, and it is a recommendation. So at this point, I would say we're okay moving forward.
Any other questions? All right, it's about 8:45, so I'd like to get public comment going. Is anyone here in the room that'd like to give public comment on these ordinances? Please come forward, state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Annette Bourne. I live at 51 Community Drive in Cranston. I'd like to ask the commission to strongly recommend for both of these ordinances. I drove here from Bristol participating in a talk on housing from there, listening to Vaughn Lane and thinking about, you know, the homes that we could be putting here in character, in historic character in these neighborhoods. I grew up on a lot, 2,500 square feet in Forest Hills, New York, 25 by 100. That home just sold for over $1 million. People live on 3,000 square foot home lots. They live in 2 families on 4,000 square foot lots. We are talking about incremental density that is in keeping with a neighborhood. And speaking about Vaughn Lane, I think you guys, you know, should look into conservation development, maybe save all those stone walls and trees. But for now, the eastern side of the city, Pew Charitable Trust just came out with a report that speaks to the municipal benefit of this kind of housing development. Given the city's financial situation, I think we need to look at every possible situation, including these. So please, please support this. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to make public comment?
Hi, I'm Charlotte. I live at 37 Harmon Ave. Oh, Charlotte Tillman. I saw that someone passed you guys paper during the Vaughn Lane thing, so that's what I was trying to do. You guys have the paper?
Make sure you speak into the microphone.
Oh, I saw someone pass you guys paper during the Vaughn Lane thing, so that's what I was trying to do. Do you guys, can I do that?
If you'd like to introduce an exhibit, you certainly can.
Awesome. Okay. All right, so I have to say, I am from Stadium neighborhood. The average lot size in my neighborhood is in fact 3,200 square feet. It actually kind of broke my heart to consistently hear that lot size being referred to as substandard, because I live across the street from a guy whose grass is so perfect you could take a laser level through it. And I sincerely believe if I referred to his house as substandard, I would probably have to move and change my name. So I'm here to ask you guys to be in support of this ordinance. I live, as you can see on this lot here, on the lot that's in bright yellow, which I'm going to refer to here as Mega Lot. Mega Lot was originally two separate lots. We bought this lot from a family friend. He was a World War II veteran that came back, moved from Providence to Cranston, and bought two separate lots for his family. That was the entire plan. We know because his children told us. In the 1966 thing, this World War II veteran found out that the city had merged his two lots together without his knowledge or permission, totally overriding his property rights. It was never meant to be that way. Now we live on Mega Lot, which is 10,000 square feet. Mega Lot could eat 3 of my neighbor's lots and still have room left over. My husband recently asked me, can we build something here for your mom to live in? Can we build something here for my parents? And I said, no, we can't, because the city believes that our 10,000 square foot lot is so impossibly tiny, it can only fit one house. The original 1966 zoning was done blindly, it was done thoughtlessly. It was not done with consideration for the character of these neighborhoods, and it was not done with consideration for the property rights of these owners. I'm asking the commission today to support these two ordinances, to restore the original character of these neighborhoods, to allow them to flourish, to allow them to develop, and to allow property owners like myself to be able to do the right thing. I want to be able to put a second house on Mega Lot, just as was originally intended by these property plat owners. It is originally 2 separate zoned houses so that I can take care of my parents when they get older. This is something that's very important to me. We're not just talking about tax laws. We're not just talking about property rights. We're talking about Cranstonians' abilities to take care of their families and keep families together. That's really what's the heart of this today. And I invite anyone who thinks 3,000 square feet or 2,900, which is my neighbor across the way, that it's somehow substandard, come and visit my neighborhood. The houses are beautiful, the families are nice. And just it was Mr. Renz's dream when he moved here from Providence. This is their dream of where they want to raise their families. These are good people. This is a good neighborhood. And I just think we should allow more people to have this type of thing instead of sticking to a 1966 ordinance that created, well, the absurdity of Mega Lot, a 10,000 square foot lot that somehow is too small for a second house. Anyhow, I will, if you guys want to tour my house to take a look in the neighborhood, please, I will happily take you around. I will show you that man's lawn. It is actually perfection. I'm very jealous of it. All of my family knows this. Anyhow, thank you so much.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Monica Texera de Souza. I live at 1921 Broad Street, and I'm here today to encourage you to support both of these ordinances. I moved to Cranston 18 years ago. I love this city. My kids go to Cranston Public Schools. They've been really well served by the public schools. And I was really fortunate enough to be able to, in my early 30s, purchase a two-family home in Edgewood. I would never have been able to afford to do that today. My mother-in-law lives on the first floor. My husband and I and our two kids live on the second floor, and it's been perfect for us. It's really the best of both worlds. They have the proximity to her, but she has her own household, right? She's had her own household her entire adult life, and she gets to keep having her own household. In the neighborhood where I live, two-family homes, 3 and 4 family homes are commonplace. Small single families on small lots, 2 and 3 families on relatively small lots in light of the numbers that are being talked about today. I live across the street from a small apartment building. I love my neighborhood. It's a vibrant neighborhood, and I think many of the people who live in these B1 and B2 zones would tell you something similar about their communities. We've been talking about some of the changes that took place in our zoning laws in the latter part of the 20th century, which really led to the properties that many of us own, the structures that many of us own, being dubbed non-conforming, right? Legally non-conforming. But in some ways, I think the zoning laws are the ones that were non-conforming because they were out of step with the dwellings, the lots that existed prior to that for longer periods of time. And so when I walk around my neighborhood, I see a certain character, a historic character. And the proposals that have been put forth, I believe, help to preserve that character. I also think that they will help to make what I described in terms of my family situation possible for more people. I worry about my kids and their generation. Last year in 2025, the median age of a first-time home buyer shot up to 40 years old. We're simply not able to provide affordable housing to these newer generations that are coming up. Having two-family homes, as was discussed earlier, having smaller homes on smaller lots without state subsidies enables people to have more affordable options. And it's also, I honestly believe it's better for families and it's better for our communities. And it's in line with what we already have in these zones. So I really encourage you to make a positive recommendation on these ordinances. Thank you.
Any other further public comment here in the room?
Good evening, Robert Murray. I'm an attorney with offices at 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I live at 75 Debbie Drive in Cranston. I also own property in the stadium area, so I'm very familiar with that neighborhood. I'm here tonight to speak on these ordinances. In all honesty, to recommend or ask that this commission send a negative recommendation to the ordinance committee for tomorrow next meeting. I will appear there to share my thoughts. But it's well known, I'm a practitioner in land use zoning for the last 40 years doing this. Speaking more for myself as opposed to representing a client or being an advocate for a particular position. You know, and as a practitioner, I see the value of flexibility in some zoning parameters for development. These ordinances, frankly, they're pitched as, you know, helping the little guy. These ordinances are for real estate speculators and developers. This is a transformational shift in land use policy that we haven't seen in 60 years. I admit, even in the new age of Speaker Shakachi's housing rules, I find advising and sharing thoughts with clients can be challenging with our existing laws. So I will acknowledge that. These ordinances are too simplistic, and I don't think they accomplish what people think they will. But I just don't believe tonight or tomorrow night is the night to turn this city topsy-turvy on development, and is consistent with good planning directives that have been decades old. Frankly, I heard earlier that one of these ordinances came out of the city of Providence. I've spoken against the housing court, and with these two bills, we now have the trifecta of converting Cranston to Providence with tenement housing, overdevelopment on small lots with little available parking, no on-street parking, and at least our existing system process has checks and balances, whether it's before the zoning board, the planning commission, giving people the opportunity of notice to attend a meeting, to speak. I frankly was very surprised by the staff recommendation, I must tell you. A month ago, I stood here with a client for 3 3,200 square foot lots on Palmham Street in the stadium area. And the staff recommended denial, and the commission endorsed that those recommendations for single family houses. I'm not sure what has transformed in the last 30 days to, we shouldn't be adopting these ordinances because it'll make it easier for the staff. And I love the staff. They're great people. I work with them every day, but we shouldn't do this because it's easier for them. It's all part of the process. But respectfully, 3-story tenement housing on 3,000 square foot lots is not my idea of Cranston living as a matter of right. The ordinances I find a little confusing, and I want to defer to Mr. Marcella, but what I find confusing is that 42603, which known as called the merger ordinance or the whatever we call it, that says, if I read it correctly, that if you have a B1 or B2 zone and you have a lot that's at least 30,000 square feet and 30 feet of frontage, it does not have to be merged with the adjoining lot. Yet, in the next ordinance, which we amend the schedule of intensity regulations, it says in a B1 or B2 zone, you need to have at least 4,000 square feet of area and 40 feet of frontage. So am I reading that correctly, that a 3,200 square foot lot with 30 feet of frontage as a matter of right cannot be built on? That's question one. Because that seems to be inconsistent with the second ordinance where you're amending the schedule of regulations.
But just for the record, I did not draft these, so.
Marcella, I did not subscribe blame. I'm asking questions here.
Nor do I endorse them, but I did not draft.
No, I understand. I did, but it appears to be an inconsistency, and in fairness to people who are thinking we're proposing tonight to allow development on 3,200 square foot lots with 3,000 square feet of frontage. If somebody asks me, you passed this ordinance, I'm going to go to the next section that says, well, you don't have 4,000, so you can't build as a matter of right. So that should be clarified. The second thing that I would ask is in 42603, if I read this correctly, it does not only apply to housing development or residential housing. There are uses in a B1 or B2 zone that are little more than single family or two family, okay? And if I'm reading it correctly, any of those uses that are permitted uses in a B1 or B2 zone could be established on a 3,200 square foot lot with 30 feet of frontage? That's another question I have. And this, I recognize you didn't draft these, Mr. Marcel, but in terms of drafting, we had in 42603 amendments to 1720-040 entitled Conformance to District Regulations Required. Then we have the next ordinance, which doesn't carry the changes from 42603. So my question would be is, if 42603 becomes law, and then we have 42603 becomes law, and then we go to 42604, does that, how do we address the inconsistency on that? And my last question, if I'm reading these correctly, is, so right now, 1720-090, which is the specific requirements section. Right now in a B1 or B2 zone, you need to have 6,000 square feet for a single family and 8,000 square feet for a two family. Just so I'm clear, what this says is you would need, whether it's a single family or a two family, only 4,000 square feet. No distinction. You can, so someone could then propose to build a two-family on the same size lot that they would normally just be allowed to have a one family. So there just seems to be some questions there. I may not be reading correctly. I share that with you, the commission. I don't, I understand this is up for tomorrow night, but this is an area that has major implications. And I stand here every month as an advocate for housing projects. But, frankly, there's a lot of confusion in this area today in the city. And I appreciate the fact somebody's trying to make it clearer or simpler, but sometimes we have the rule of unintended consequences. And I think that's what may be happening here. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room would like to make public comment on these ordinances, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Karen Rosenberg. I live at 46 Bow Street in a non-conforming lot, I guess. I just looked it up. It's less than 5,000 square feet. I don't know about these technical issues with the drafting, but it seems to me that this is a practical solution to a problem that Cranston has, which is that it is thousands of units behind where it should be in terms of adding new housing, and it really hasn't done much over the past 30 years to move forward. And it doesn't seem like the leadership in the city ever has a solution for that. They just say no. Everything is no. This is a way to provide new revenue to the city, which doesn't seem to have a plan to deal with its budget issue without requiring additional infrastructure investments by the city, with a higher per square foot tax return, and people need housing. So I resent the description of areas where there would be two or family homes on lots that were considered acceptable in the 1960s being called tenements, in a disparaging way. There are people who are living in neighborhoods like that right now, and I don't think that they feel like they're living in slums, which is the implication. So that's offensive. I just would like to see the city, if there's drafting problems and issues, like those things can be addressed. But I think it's incumbent on the city to start coming up with solutions instead of just saying like no to every attempt to try to add affordable housing in the city. And this in a way that would save the open spaces in the western part of the city and would, give people opportunities who don't have them right now. It would create rental housing. Obviously, if you're going to have multi-family homes, then you're going to have a lot more rental units. It's going to make this place affordable to the kids who grew up here who cannot buy a home or find a place to rent in the city. So I would hope that this committee would give a positive recommendation to this. Thank you.
Any further public comment here in the room tonight? Seeing none, Mr. Lima, is there anyone online that'd like to give public comment?
Christina Brown.
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Christina Brown. I live at 217 Armington Street. For those of you who don't know, that's in the northern part of Ward 1. I also live on a non-conforming lot within that section of my neighborhood. And according to the documents that the planning staff has put forth, in my ward, both these amendments would affect the lots right around my house. And I'm calling in tonight to ask you to put forth a positive recommendation for both of these amendments. They essentially legalize the existing built environment and building types in my neighborhood and in all 3 wards. And not to belabor the point that has already been made, but they return development rights back to property owners so that if properties turn over, we can retain the character of the existing built environment. Single family homes on 6,000 square foot lots are not conforming to what exists in these wards. And as others have said, this ordinance, both the amendments, would allow for a diversity of housing types at different price points than are currently available in the city, creating options for smaller homes and retaining the property rights, the duplexes, legalizing those different types of multifamily housing and small homes that already exist. I think these are both really good amendments for the 3 wards that they apply to. I think they are targeted and strategic, and they also offer a chance to retain smart growth practices in the city, preserving open space elsewhere, and not overtaxing our infrastructure. So I will leave it there, but I want to say I'm in strong support as a resident who this ordinance will affect, and I hope that the commission puts forth a positive recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Lima?
Ayoko.
Hi, thank you. My name is Naoko Shibusawa, and I live in 90 Sefton Drive in Edgewood in Ward 1. And I have to say at the very beginning, I was kind of skeptical of this ordinance because I really worried about, especially in my neighborhood, about like homes for millionaires being built rather than affordable housing. And as a Cranstonian for the past 22 years whose children have gone through the public schools, I really do worry about whether or not my daughters can come back to Cranston to be able to live near us. And so I also think that one thing we have to consider is something that the gentleman said, which is about the unintended consequences. It seems to me what we've heard is the unintended consequences of taking away from homeowners the ability to decide what to do with their properties, whether or not they can build another home or not. It seems to be something that is restorative rather than something that that is actually kind of like earth-shattering or untested or questionable, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing I would really like you all to consider is like, who's speaking for what and what interest is pushing the person to speak in the interest of the decision that we're urging you to make. I feel like those of us who've spoken thus far have for some reason been all women. I'm not sure why, but we have been all women. And that we're thinking in terms of affordability, the ability of our families, our elders, our children to be able to come back to Cranston and to think about the ways in which we can be proactive in thinking about creating affordable housing for the members of our communities. And I have to repeat what another person had just said earlier about the sort of the insult to call these tenements. That is that's outstandingly a bad way to think about our communities. You're hearing from us, members of the community, people who have been here for decades, asking you all to think about how to make our home, which we love so much, more accessible to our children and to our elders. So I urge you all please to consider a positive vote on this. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Lima.
A reminder to please raise your hand if you would like to speak. I see no other public comment.
Okay. All right, that's it for public comment. The commission will now deliberate. Are there any comments initially from any commissioners? Okay. Do you want to go first, Commissioner Lanfear?
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I just would like to address our reference to calling properties substandard lots of method. And the reason why we use that term is because that is usually the term that is coined either in ordinance or state law. And it doesn't refer, it refers to the fact that current zoning establishes a minimum lot size, which a particular lot may not meet. And if it doesn't meet it, it's called a substandard lot of record. It has nothing to do with the individual who live there, how they maintain their property, or anything else. So while it may sound like an unflattering term, it's the term we use because that's what's in law and statute. I want to say that I grew up in Ward 3 in a 3-family home. So I am accustomed to homes that house more than one family. But I think first and foremost, I want to first address what is always a burden for the eastern side of the city. And I live in the Edgewood area, but when we talk about the eastern side, we talk about other areas such as the stadium side and even further west. And while I can and agree with the fact that we need to protect the open spaces that we have in Western Cranston, we also need to protect the areas that have been built and that we are sometimes struggling to maintain the quality of areas that we live in. I want to say that currently the request to put 2-family homes or single-family homes on lots that are less than what is required by current zoning are handled on a case-by-case basis. And oftentimes, while it may be burdensome to staff or to those people who need to appear every time there's some sort of modification, it serves an important purpose because not every area with smaller lots can accommodate more housing or more density. And it's important that we look at that without just taking a broad brush and saying that if your lot is this size, then you can have a by right build on that lot. And I agree with Mr. Murray. It's one of those rare occasions been in agreement over the last 9 years when I've been on the commission. But this is a sea change. And I have a concern that it is being done in a hasty fashion that is going to have unintended consequences. And I know we're making a recommendation to the council, and if there are members of the council listening, I would just like to point out that when I started on the commission, there was a zone change that was before us with regard to siting of solar facilities in Western Cranston. Like the urgent need for housing, there was an urgent need for us to have more green energy for Cranston to share. And that change in ordinance permitted solar facilities in residential areas. It was put through quickly. It was touted as protecting open space and helping doing our share in Cranston for state goals of green energy. We found out down the road the unintended consequences of allowing that. And only after the harm was done, the council went back and changed that ordinance. And I make the analogy here because we currently have a housing crisis. And I don't think anyone argues that we need more housing, but we need to do it in a way that is focused and specific and first does no harm to existing neighborhoods. We have a housing element plan that was put forward about a month ago, where we had a public hearing that proposed how Cranston can meet that. We talked about Elmwood Avenue and the eastern side of the city accommodating more housing. And I believe that there was a great deal of support for that, including my support. I thought that was a good way to address this. I think these two ordinances are not a good way to address the housing crisis. First of all, we need affordable housing. There is nothing in these ordinances that assures us that any of this housing would be affordable. The argument is always used, more different types of housing and more housing will result in affordable housing. I don't think we can just agree to that without having something that requires them. And these ordinances don't require it. I think that another consequence, as the President Frias pointed out, is that this increases density. And the density is in excess of the future land use map, which is part of the comprehensive plan. So these are not consistent with the comprehensive. They also, these ordinances would also allow housing on 3,000 and 4,000 square foot lots. I lived on a 4,000 square foot lot with 2 children and my husband. And I will tell you, there was barely room on that lot for 2 cars behind each other in the driveway, the trash cans, and a little tiny yard. If you put 2 family homes on a 4,000 square foot lot, you're creating density issues, you're creating lack of adequate parking. We have more cars now, and when people live together in housing, you often have more than 1 or 2 cars. And we don't have adequate parking. That changes neighborhoods. So I would suggest that if we are looking to do something with respect to lots, 3,000 square feet is just too small. As Mr. Murray pointed out, this commission voted no on something that was 3,200 square feet about last month. And a couple of months before that, we voted no on a two-family that was on 6,000 square feet. So that's what we chose to do as a commission. There may be times when we say yes to that, when it's a specific matter that comes before us. But a broad brush or ordinance that does what these ordinances do are not in the interest of most residents of the city of Cranston, property owners and otherwise. And I would encourage my fellow commissioners to vote no on both of these.
Thank you, Commissioner Lampier. Other comments? Commissioner Coop, go ahead.
Thank you. Mixed emotions about this, particularly because I agree with the intent. I'll start by saying it was painful for me to cast that vote on Vaughn Lane because I spent a lot of time in Fiskville and I know it very well, and I hate to see that development go in, but it is what happens when you run out of space. And I do think that in the right place, in the right way, infill is very important. And I do think that the zoning changes in 1966 or whenever that was, has created difficult, unfair conditions for many property owners. I think it's outdated in this world. And I think that creating consistency for the applicants or the property owners that want to do these subdivisions is a good thing. I think as a commission, we do a very good job. We approve quite a few of these that come in. So any implication that the planning commission is stymieing housing development in Cranston is off base. Look at our record. We approved a lot of these. Unfortunately, we didn't approve the 3 that Mr. Murray brought in, but that's a rarity. But I just think 3,000 square feet is too small to make it automatic. I think it's too small for most situations. And certainly we would have to consider something like that on a case-by-case basis. I didn't pick up on Mr. Murray's analysis of the ordinances, but doing a quick search right now, it does seem like there is some inconsistency between the ordinances, and I'm not sure I can say for certainty that these ordinances would allow a house on a 3,000 square foot lot, but I don't want to take a chance and support something with a number that low. I think the biggest difference has been brought up before is parking. Cranston doesn't allow overnight parking on the street, so you have to get the car off the street. And on a 3,000 square foot lot, where are you going to put your car? And if you have a 2-family house, you have at least 3 or 4 cars. Where are you going to put 3 or 4 cars on this 4,000 square foot lot? I wish the proponents of an ordinance like this would talk to the planning staff, talk to the planning commission, get some input, and give us a chance to, say something other than yes or no. But given the choice we have, I just don't feel comfortable giving a positive recommendation, despite my track record that the commissioners know very well is to support housing, to support infill housing. I just don't think this is going at it the right way.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? I'll provide mine. I'll be voting I'll be voting negative on these 2 ordinances.
They are inconsistent with goal LU6, protect and stabilize existing residential neighborhoods, and policy LU18, preserve the existing density of established neighborhoods. By the way, that's the same for both. I'll also note, in addition, it is inconsistent with the future land use map density of 10.89. Start out with two family buildings on a 4,000 square foot lot is double the density of these under a future land use map. Also, although the director told me that these numbers may be not entirely accurate, overwhelming, it looks like to me, based on the data I have, that was part of our housing plan, 11 of the 13 neighborhoods in the B1 zones and one of the 4 neighborhoods in the B2 zones have median lot sizes above 4,000 square feet. Therefore, allowing development on lots of 4,000 square feet, never mind the 3,000, is smaller than the majority of residential lots in these neighborhoods. This ordinance does not preserve the existing density of the established neighborhoods and does not protect and stabilize existing residential neighborhoods. To elaborate a little bit further, in case the city council wants to review this video, Cranston has granted variances for building on lots that are smaller than what's required by zoning, as Commissioner Coop pointed out, and Commissioner Lanfear. This is a variance process. We review things case by case to make sure it works with the surrounding neighborhood and there's adequate parking. In contrast, this creates a by right process when these ordinances that would significantly limit the latitude of local officials. I don't consider this right sizing of the zoning. This is actually, the zoning is going to be, the lots are going to be smaller than it's already there. The idea that the ordinance will reduce the work for the planning department staff or to reduce the cost for the developers should only be an ancillary benefit, never a major justification for a policy change affecting our zoning. They certainly don't override the goals of LU6 and the policy of LU18. I also want to address this fiscal impact concept. The staff presented focused on the taxable value per acre. However, that does not really show the actual fiscal impact of housing. You have to look at the costs as well. You have to, for example, yes, a half acre in B1 will produce more tax revenue than a half acre in Alpine Estates. I won't go through the math, more tax revenue, but it will probably, if there's 5 houses on that half acre, going to have more children than 1 house on a half acre. Therefore, it is unlikely building on smaller lots will have a net positive fiscal impact on the city. The issue of building of more housing on B1, B2 will somehow reduce the overall pressure of building in far western Cranston. I don't see. You see, the B1, B2 market of small lots, I don't think is the same demand that you see for these larger lots in far western Cranston, like you saw in Vaughn Lane. We build 400 of these things and small lots in B1, B2. I don't think it's going to make the demand for those 44 lots that are half acre essentially on Vaughn Lane go away. The staff talks about stormwater and the need for stormwater regulation and maximum impervious surface. I agree with that totally. The problem is you're putting the cart before the horse. I do not want to be reducing the size of zoning, of lots, until we figure out we got the stormwater issue fixed. Get the stormwater issue fixed, make sure there's adequate parking, and then we can talk about smaller lot sizes. In regards to the argument that we're not doing enough, that we are falling behind and all this other stuff about Mount housing, we can achieve, at least on paper, the goals of 2030 housing without this. We can do Elmwood Ave. You heard tonight, the Situate Ave, the Champlin projects, that's 250 units. Legion Bowl, that's about 69. Vaughn Lane, 44. Printworks, you know why we have 150 building permits last year? 100 of it was Printworks. That was approved by us and the city council. So we are doing stuff. What is the strategy? It's basically a couple of things. We look at underutilized properties that are commercial industrial and see, can we make that housing? And when we do infill lots, and this is where we have a gray area, Some are more stricter, some are less strict on the commission and the zoning board. You have to look at it case by case. And most of the time, as Commissioner Coop says, it's approved, about 90%. In regards to this concept that, you know, these were originally platted this way. Some of these lots were platted in the late 1800s. Okay, this is pre-Model T. There was no cars. People walked to the Narragansett Brewery. They walked to Print Works. So, oh, this is how it was platted back then. Yes, and there was no cars back then. So going back to the original plat is not necessarily, to me, indicative of anything other than it's not maybe workable anymore, potentially. And as indicated by Commissioner Lampier, we had recently the planning staff, the planning commission, and the zoning board all voting against 3,200 development of 3,200 square foot lots, primarily because of parking issues. In regards to the 1966 ordinance, people can make changes. I get all this stuff. But I wasn't done because a bunch of people in a room weren't thinking. Look at the history of the articles from back then. Okay. In 1961 master plan, it said the problems of increasing density may be particularly difficult in areas where existing development is on small lots, allowing little room for increased parking and aggravating shortages of yard space. And the recommendation was limit the increase of residential density to locations where adequate parking can be made available. That's what the 66 ordinance did, and that's what we're doing. So for all those reasons, let me just make sure I addressed everybody, because I do listen to public comment. And I systematically go through it point by point if I disagree with you. But I do listen. And we have done a lot here on housing, more sometimes than I feel comfortable about. But I balance things the best I can. That's it for me. Anyone else have any comments? Commissioner Lampier.
Thank you. Just to our solicitor. Am I correct in saying that if these lot sizes were reduced to 3,000 and 4,000 square feet, there is an overlay of state legislation that may require further reduction or allow further development?
Correct. That was going to be part of my presentation, but I will. So a couple of things. One is we've had 61 bills so far, and I think we got 9 more, so we're going to be at 70 bills. There are right now on the books, there are further reductions which are allowed by modification. For instance, the building official in Cranston, our modification goes to 25%. It's mandated 15%, so there's modifications. There's also sliding scales regarding setbacks, regarding frontage. So whatever is passed or whatever is contemplated by a municipality, you now have a substantial state overlay, which essentially shrinks or allows smaller lots to whatever you're going to allow. So it's ultimately your policy decision on whether you want to go with, 4,000, 6,000, et cetera. However, whatever the city of Cranston determines is the zoning for that zone. There are state laws which require approvals, administrative approvals, which this board or the zoning board will never see. And we only see it when it goes below those mandated, overlay approvals or administrative approvals. So that's one thing you need to consider when lowering the amount of square footage which you're going to allow by right, because the state will then mandate it to going even lower. Second thing is, because, as Mr. Murray pointed out, because we have a 3,000 square foot lot size in 03 and a 4,000 square foot lot size in 04, that now makes the 3,000 square foot lot size a substandard lot subject to all the benefits that are in current state law. Now, keep in mind, there's a horrible bill out there called 8004, which is probably going to pass. And that allows even, one, it allows basically unmerger by right, because they're changing the definition of how you calculate unmerger. It allows the sliding scale on new lots that wasn't allowed before. So there's pending legislation, and it might be worth waiting for the city council, or recommending the city council wait another month to see what actually gets enacted, especially in the 8004 bill, which is kind of the mega bill, to see how that will affect current status of our lots, as we have it under our zone. I do agree that, for instance, go 4,000 and 4,000 on the on 04 is probably a problem, but the city or the commission might think of, right now it's 6,000 and 8,000. That clearly can be lowered, because practically speaking, very rarely do we see a two-family house on an 8,000 square foot lot in the city of Cranston. So, but these are individual policy decisions which really need to be looked at more closely rather than on a blanket level. But because the numbers don't jive between 03 and 04, you're creating a 3,000 square foot lot, which you're going to be able to get relief by right to bring it down to 2,400 square feet. So, with modifications, sliding scales, et cetera. So I would caution, if anything, if we should bring 03 up to at least 4,000. That's at a very, and it doesn't look like the commission's going to support this anyway. But we really should look at the numbers again with the overlay of mandated state administrative approvals.
Thank you, Solicitor. And you raise a great point, which is one of my reservations about making major changes to our zoning code in regards to lot size is because the state can't stop messing with zoning code. So it's a constant moving target. The goalposts keep moving. So it's hard to I could do, as you said, Solicitor, could I go below the current 6 and 8? Yeah, and I actually said that to other people but 3,000, 4,000 is just not feasible, especially with the constant changes in state law. And I just want to say one last thing before we vote or have further discussion. Whenever I make a decision or a policy here or an opinion, I do it based on the merits. I just want to let the councilman know, it is not anything about who is proposing this. It's about what they're proposing all the time. And that's the same way I treat the applicants too. Sometimes I vote ways that people get upset with me, and I understand, I get it, but it's who I am. So that's what it is. Any other further comment for anyone before we make motions? Okay, motion time. Do I want to make a negative? I would support negative recommendation, so. All right, I'll make the motion, move this along. It's like 20 of 10. I would make the following motion. That the commission gives a negative recommendation to both ordinances. You want me to do, okay. Can I characterize it as a small lot ordinance? Or do I have to say the numbers? Okay. On the 03 ordinance, would recommend, my motion is that it is a negative recommendation based on goal LU-6, protect and stabilize existing neighborhoods. And policy LU-18, preserve the existing density of established neighborhoods. And also note, in addition, is inconsistent with the future land use map density of 10.89 units per acre. Seconded by Commissioner Exter. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of a negative recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, it's unanimous. 04. This is for the 04 ordinance. Again, the ordinance is inconsistent. Negative recommendation based on the fact that the ordinance is inconsistent with goal LU-6, protect and stabilize existing residential neighborhoods, and policy LU-18, preserve the existing density of established neighborhoods. In addition, is inconsistent with the future land use map density of 10.89 units per acre. That's the motion. Seconded by Commissioner Exter. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of a negative recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, 6-0. Unanimous. All right, thank you very much. We will now move to, by the way, do my colleagues want to break? Or do you want to plow forward? It's up to you guys. Don't be shy. I took a break when no one was noticing. You want to keep going? All right, the motion is to go. So we will go. Next is Elena Village. And then we will do zoning board recommendations. Mr. Murray, is the applicant here on Elena Village and wishes to be heard? You can proceed when you're ready, Mr. Murray.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I'm here tonight on behalf of Mario and Lorian Carlino, owners and applicants of the subject position before you. Both Mr. Carlino are present this evening. Share their interest in the project and any information the commission requires. Just by way of background, Carlino's acquired the property in April this year. They live the next street over. Have an interest in asking the commission tonight to subdivide this property in order that they can build their daughter. Property identified as 44 Village Avenue, Village Avenue and Elena Street, up near the Stonebrook School, which is in the area on the screen. It's kind of interesting, but the zoning in the area is because one part of Elena Street, Village Avenue, is zoned to A12, residential lot size, the minimum lot size of 12,000 square feet. See the house right there at 44 Village. The lot is designated as lot 2499 on lot 12. But across the street, in approximately the immediate vicinity, the zoning is A8. Where under our code, the minimum lot size is 8,000. Lot in question owned by the just over 20,000 square feet. They are proposing to subdivide the back of the lot. The house fronts on Village Avenue. And they're asking your permission to Unified Development Regulations to create a lot at the rear of the existing house, just over 12,000 square feet. The existing house on the 8,097 square foot lot. Therefore, the relief that we're asking for tonight is approximately 3,900 square feet of area to leave the existing house at 44 Village on a lot that would be less than required in the A12 zone. But as you can see on that screen there, the out of the 200-foot radius, the gold or yellow at the top and in the middle of the screen is the A8 zone lot. In the white area, I'm calling it white, is the A12 zone. The property can be serviced by public water and sewer. And required to minute, but we're asking tonight, be allowed to subdivide a new house would be constructed fronting on Elena Street. We haven't got to the point of designing a house, but we constructed properly with the area. The Village Avenue, 44 Village Avenue house is a raised ranch. That is not water contemplated at this time with the board approve this subject. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Mr. Paulino to introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Mario Paulino. I live at 45 Trinity Street.
Required. Correct. And by development regulation, subdivide the 20, basically an 8,000 square foot lot.
Correct. We decided to split it this way because, as Bob said, across the street on the west side of Village Avenue, it's called A8, and the tax dispute is A8. So we wanted to try to create as little change as possible. So the 12,000 square foot lot would have been
Preparation. You and your wife live one street over on Craigwell Street, correct? How long have you been living? Yeah. So your pops are very familiar with it. You know, I know you have semi-engineering background. You basically prescribe for the board topography of the property as it's.
see in that last diagram, it's probably like a from Village down Elena Street, it's probably about a 12-foot drop. Elena Street has drains, so not only does it have sewer and water, it also has gas, but it also has drains. And yeah, the topography, it's down there. It's they call it Stone Hill because there's a lot of rocks, but there's houses on almost every rock. I built houses. I built my own house at number 45. We hit rock, but I've also built houses at Northern Street. They are bigger.
You know, basically went all the way down after that. Preparation of chat with any of your neighbors. This project.
Yes. When the notices went out to the 400-foot radius, I decided to write a letter explained to them what Bob just explained. We wanted to do this in order. I provide all the your house. Like to be a answer any question. The other thing, we have the letters here, and if we want to submit them, but we also, a lot of people walk the neighborhood. We need to go like 44 cities. Affidavits that we do. 44 people. President of the commission, I do have.
Bob, unless my math is wrong, but there aren't 44 lots in the, but where are the 44 people coming?
You have to talk on the microphone.
The notice is for.
Yep.
400 foot radius.
Encumbers, over a hard court and all that.
The best of your knowledge, the people who signed the petition think generally agree. The majority within 50 radius. And, first, had some discussion really about stormwater management. To understand that the board approves this, proceed forward to a building process, work with the city, demonstrate on site, no more water running off the site, post-construction that exists today. We'll comply with whatever regulations the Department of Public Works opposes, whether it's rain gardens, swales. On your property, here, yeah, as we look at the screen on the south side, they are identified. Briefly describe for the commission. Treatment of stone wall from the twin properties. And prior to receiving of that property, yeah, with the commissioner. What's the copy? Fair to say on some of those stone walls, obviously you understand what like historic stone walls are that represent many, many years and they're solid. It's fair to say some of the stone wall reference here is more an assemblage of rocks versus actual wall. But whether that, obviously you have to alter anything that's not on your property, but right now your plan
assemblage, but not take away from it. At this point, I don't have any other questions. But just for the record, the 4 photos that I is mostly of the adjoining property.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray. Is there any questions for Mr. Murray at this stage from my colleagues? Mr. Murray, I just have a quick question. You don't need to elaborate. The density calculations, do you contest the density calculations in the staff memo? And do you have anything you want to say on density? I.e., I should not care about it, for example.
I apologize. I thought about 30% of that.
No problem. Mr. Murray, did you, I have a question for you. As you see in the staff memo, there's some density calculations. I just wanted to ask you, do you disagree with those calculations? If you do not, do you want to address whether or not I should take that into account?
I don't necessarily disagree with the staff calculation. My review of the staff memo, which was very good, was disagreement enormous in my mind. It's certainly well within the range of density here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray. Any questions for Mr. Murray? Okay. I think we'll have staff, you can give your kind of like your overview, and then we'll have public comment, if that's okay.
Okay, I will continue on just from where I've left off in the presentation on this application at 44 Village Avenue, the Elena Village subdivision, which is requesting to yield 1 additional buildable lot in the A12 residential zone for a single-family residential lot. And the requested relief is 3,903 square feet for the existing dwelling to remain on 8,000 and change. Here's the site plan of the proposed conditions. And staff finds that this proposal does mirror the existing uses, density, and character of the development. Ooh, typo. In the Thornton neighborhood. It is consistent with the following goals and policies of the 2024 comprehensive plan. I won't read through them because they're in the staff memo, but I can address any questions on those. The proposal is generally consistent with the future land use map designation. I say generally consistent because it does go over the prescribed density of the future land use, but it is in line with the use. The resulting density of the proposed subdivision is 4.33 units per acre. That's just the subdivision itself. The proposal seeks to create a new single-family lot with 100 feet of frontage, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan, zoning ordinance, and future land use map. 100 feet of frontage being consistent with the A12 zone that it is in. Here are some calculations that our staff is making standard in these types of presentations now. So you'll probably see slides like this frequently. Just going over what the density is in the 200-foot radius, the number of lots within the 200-foot radius being 17 lots, and the density for those 17 lots being 2.26. I do note in the staff memo that many of the residential lots in this area are just on really long, deep lots, and so the density is pretty low. But I threw together this little visual because it's kind of just helping us see that the character from the street is not changing at all. This is the same sized shape just on every single lot where there is a home, and you can see this shape is in red where the new house is being proposed. And so it's just kind of saying there's a gap there anyways. Putting a house there would actually fill the missing tooth of the street. The proposal reinforces the rhythm The subject property contains currently 200 feet, and again, just proposing the 100 to be standard with the rest of the houses in the area. And then also just kind of relating the fact that the lot that is seeking release is completely in line with the abutting properties in the A8 zone. So staff finds this proposal to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, zoning ordinance, and standards for required findings of fact, and recommends that a positive approval for this subdivision as well as for the variance to allow the existing single-family house to sit on 8,097 square feet.
Thank you, Ms. Alcourt. Is there any commissioners have any questions for the staff at this time? Okay, seeing none. We will now proceed to public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to make public comment on the Atlanta Village, 44 Village Avenue application? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Mary Carrillo. I live at 260 Elena Street, and my property abuts newly purchased. I'm here just to express a few concerns. My main concern is water issues. So as Mr. Kelly said, my property and the surrounding area was apple orchards. When I purchased my home, I was told by my neighbors that my lot specifically was a pond where they went ice skating every winter. And if you were to walk the back of my property, it is completely wet year round. You need boots to sink in mud and water. The only time that it really dries out is in the month. There are probably several reasons for this. There are properties in the back on Traynor Street that abut my property as well as other houses on Elena Street, but there's a slope of at least 20 feet drop from near yards to mine. All of the houses on Village Avenue to the rear all slope down. My house and my property is the lowest areas. So I get water runoff, I have pooling in my backyard, and just numerous problems with water. On the left side of my property is a small indentation which pools with water, and I actually have mallard ducks that come daily and take it. It's not quite the size of a pond, but it is definitely filled with water. Next door to me, the home at 250 Elena Street does have a small pond near their property that abuts mine. The previous neighbor going down the street realigned her two lots and filled in a brook that traversed along the back of her yard and the stone wall all the way down to the street. The brook was approximately 4 to 5 feet wide and it ran actively. In fact, my kids, when they were young, put a 4 by 8 foot piece of wood across it to hop over the stone wall and get across the brook, the other side to the vacant lot. The wetland, ponds, and pools of water on both of our properties probably helped to create that brook, but certainly when that was filled in, it pushed the water. Eventually, the vacant lot was sold. The new homeowners at 250 immediately hit ledge and water when they were trying to build their foundation. As a result, he had to install 2 sump pumps and always complained about getting water in his basement. In fact, during one rainstorm, he sustained 36 inches of water, and that is with the fire department coming to pump him out. To this day, previous homeowners, there have been 2 since he left, both complain about water in the basement. I too have suffered significant damage to my home. I had 4 feet of water in my cellar after 3 days of rain. I was I was able to sustain it at 2.5 feet, utilizing 2 pool pumps, industrial grade, before the death. I lost a boiler, a washer, dryer, dehumidifier, refrigerator, freezer, 2 couches, chair, table, and a newly laid rug. I applied for FEMA funding and was initially denied. Only after they came out and inspected and delivered the bad news that in addition to everything else that I had lost, I now had to take down all of the stucco boards and the plaster boards and have it mold treated and inspected by the state before I could do anything else. Eventually, they did give me some relief in the form of a new boiler, a washer, and a dryer, but it took me months to clean out damp, moldy items, household goods, toys, clothing, etc. And it took me just about a year to get back to somewhat normal. Another contributing factor to my property always being wet is the surrounding slopes from all the properties on Craymore Street and Village, as I said. My house is the lowest of all the houses in that class. Recently, I have discovered on the property next door that there is a pipe that appears to be a drainage pipe sticking out of ledge in the rear of Mr. Carlino's property. The pipe extends out of the ledge about a foot and is pointed directly to my home. I'm not sure its purpose, but I do know it's providing draining for something and adding to the runoff in my yard. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that drainage is directed away from homes that are occupied and prevent disturbing surface areas and erosion. On that complete side of my house, I am unable to grow grass, bushes, anything of the sort because of the slope and the runoff during the rain. I do have pictures that I've taken. I only have 1 copy of each. I'm happy to pass them around. I have pictures of the pipe. I have pictures pre-rain, post-rain. You can see the water running off.
Just give it to one of the commissioners and it'll make its way around. I think if these are the same pictures you put on the website,
There are, because I didn't notice the pipe before,
Yeah.
that's new.
that's new? Okay, because I saw your pictures on the website.
I'm also concerned about ledge. The property next door is very rocky and appears to have a tremendous amount of ledge. I'm worried about the removal of it or if a blasting would be necessary. I worry how removal of it will affect water and drainage to my property. The previous owner indicated to me that when they serviced his property with the sewer, they had to go through 10 feet of ledge in order to get the pipe to his house. I'd like to address a couple of other things, a little bit minute, but certainly relevant. On both sides of my property, I do have a stone wall that traverses from the Elena Street all the way back on both sides. I'm asking that, and I know from tonight now, I wasn't familiar with that it is protected, but I would just ask him, so Marvin would say he's not going to touch. Another thing is that I have an immense amount of wildlife. I have 8 deer, I have 12 turkeys, 2 possums, 3 raccoons, a red fox, a gray fox, 2 mallard ducks, 2 gophers, 1 large skunk, rabbits, a myriad of different types of birds, a bobcat, and of course coyotes. And there are pictures of them here. I can send them around. They come typically on a daily basis, and I'm concerned that his flock, where it serves as open woods, and I'm concerned about displacing them from their natural habitat and decreasing their feeding and breeding grounds as well. I would like to address the letter that Mr. Cardinal sent to me. Just to point out a few things. He says that while my daughter Brianna initially liked the property, she has never really been a fan of raised ranch style homes, even one that's been modernized. Because of that, we began exploring a second option, subdividing the lot to build her a home that better fits what she wants. What about what I want? And more to that, there are other viable options. Knock down the home that's existing there. Buy another house in the area. There are plenty for sale. Look at other houses in surrounding areas that they can buy. He also says that the property sits on an oversized lot, which is what made this ideal worth considering. But it does sit on an oversized lot now, but he is short the frontage needed and thus the variance request. He also says the new house would be located on the rear portion of the property and would face Elena Street, aligning naturally with the street rather than altering the overall feel of Village Avenue. What about altering the overall feel of Elena Street? There I. And finally, he says, most importantly, his daughter wants to stay in the neighborhood so her son can attend the school that just like we did. I'm not originally from Cranston. I grew up in Providence. I moved here in 1989, built the home that I'm presently in. And I think that for me to suffer as a result of what his daughter wants, there's more to it than that. And so I would respectfully request that you consider my concerns and let them weigh in on your decision. But I am so worried about water in my house. And I will tell you this, my house and the house next door are on a hill. And everybody was shocked that we were the only two neighbors in the whole area that got water. No one else did. And we are the highest houses up. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. It's all right. Good, fine. Thank you, Ms. Perillo. Any other comment? Anyone else like to make public comment on this matter? Okay, see none. Mr. Lemur, is anyone online who'd like to discuss this application?
There is no public comment online.
Okay, thank you. Does any of my colleagues have questions for Mr. Murray? Commissioner Lanfear?
Mr. Murray, were you able to see the photographs that were just presented to us, or?
Online.
I believe what I wanted to ask about was the photograph of the site. Let me get that.
I can look at it, but I think I know what it is. It said that Colleen has just acquired this house in April. He discovered that there is a pipe that his intention is to. His intention is to redirect that into a dry well system, but he's not yet done that.
Could you repeat that? Because I wanted to hear it clearly.
You can't hear me. His intention is to redirect that into a dry well system. We are aware of it. That will be done.
Do you believe that would, I'm sorry to interrupt your question. Do you believe that would assist with reducing the amount of flooding that goes to our home?
Well, I'm not prepared to say that we're directing flooding to our home.
Okay, sorry.
That's number one. Number two, many of the narratives that Mr. Earl shared, obviously we all recall the storm 2010. everybody
Was underwater.
experienced. Yeah. Unprecedented flooding. The Mr. Carlino understands his obligation with respect to stormwater. First of all, lived in the area, he's been a good neighbor, he wants to continue to be a good neighbor. Is the fact that he's trying to do something that he shouldn't be penalized for. I understand Ms. Barillo's concerns, but the issues, many of the issues that she raised, I know she was sincere in everything she said. We will deal with ledge. Ledge is an issue. That wildlife, that was Noah's Ark. Wildlife there. Anybody familiar with the Stonehill area, the Boy Scout property, there is considerable wildlife in that area. I'm sure that all the neighbors up there enjoy the beauty of the native species and the wildlife. I answer your question. I guess.
If you're gonna talk, you gotta come to the microphone.
Can we just let Mr. Paulino finish? And then, oh, sure.
Like Bob said, I just purchased the property. The downspouts goes into that, pipe, and it reaches into that open lot. That pipe is probably 180 feet away from Ms. Perillo's property. It is all downhill. So if there's a heavy rainstorm, some of it probably will go there. If I get approval, my intent is to cut that pipe and put a proper dry well so that it reaches into the ground, not into the property.
Do you have a problem making that a condition of approval?
No.
Ms. Perillo, we don't usually allow further public comment, but because you're the abutting homeowner and I know this affects you.
The flooding to my house was not just limited to 2010. It occurs.
It's an ongoing problem.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Murray, could you address the ledge thing? I just want to know, are you even, I don't even know how this is. It's like, you're gonna do blasting? What are you gonna do about this ledge thing? This assertion that there's ledge on the property.
I don't know. Colleen will give us some thought.
Yeah, I built my own house and I pulled out a lot of rock. I didn't hit ledge. Pulled out a lot of rock that I used to create walls so I could flatten my property. I've built 3 other houses down the street, never hit ledge. If you look at the map, there's a house on every property. I grew up in the neighborhood. I know that no one ever blasted. They pretty much have a large excavator and they, as they say, they pull those potatoes up. Look
Okay.
one at a time.
Okay. The stormwater issue that Mrs. Perillo raises. I know that this is, you have to, you do stormwater management type stuff. City reviews it. Is it your view that the reason there's so much stormwater that goes down is because of the sloping issue? That's like the natural aspect of where she has her home.
Two issues. Topography.
Yep.
Major driver. I'm not an expert, but both her and the neighbor's house aren't really built up high. So, that confluence of those 2 issues that brings a challenge. The challenge to Mr. Carlino is to not complicate that problem.
Correct.
And hopefully anything improve the situation.
Could you just explain, and this is something I'm still trying to learn, what exactly, as a single family homeowner, what is the process for the evaluation of their stormwater management system? with the city.
My most recent experience on that is that through the root slip process, the building department,
Mm-hmm.
this online portal, you get an email every 15 minutes, but the Public Works Department, right up front, they will post a comment, you know, this is what we need to see. And I have some clients who believe them and do it, and I have others who ignore it and then wonder why their permit's not being issued. So I find that the Public Works Department is very good about, you know, they cite the section, the requirements, and most people, you know, engage an engineer, which we will have to do.
Okay.
To comply with the city regulations.
All right. Any other questions from Mr. Murray or the applicant? Okay, thank you, Mr.
Just
Murray.
in closing, I just want to say
Oh,
that
sorry, go
with
ahead.
respect to your challenge tonight, I believe that the standards for the relief, for the dimensional relief has been met. We're not really altering the general character of the neighborhood. Obviously would amount to more than mere inconvenience to Carlino if this was denied. And when you look at your standards of 45, 23, 60, my opinion, the plan is before you was consistent with the comp plan. There's no sign that any environmental issues couldn't be dealt with at final plan. They have access to a street, and no lot is being created here that it would be possible to form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. All right, if there's no other further questions, we will go, could the staff just put the recommendation up on the screen?
Yes, the recommendation is on the screen for a positive for
Okay.
an approval of this subdivision for parcel 1 to be granted zoning relief to be left with 8,097 square feet where 12,000 is required. And there's 2 recommendations of conditions of the approval just for pavement restoration and the payment of the impact fee.
Mr. Solicitor Marcelo, there are 2 motions today on this one because you have to do the variance, grant the variance under the, this is UDR, so you have to make a motion to grant the variance and then we have to grant the subdivision, correct, for the conditions?
You got it.
Okay. Is there any discussion from my colleagues on this matter? Okay, I'll just say something right now. Ms. Perillo, I wrestle with these kinds of projects. Okay, about the stormwater issue. All we can require is that, and this is by law, no new runoff can be from the property onto your property. I can't make Mr. Carlino fix your flooding problem. Okay, you don't have, by the way, you don't need to respond. Just gotta tell you, I wish I could figure something out about this, but it sounds like it's primarily a slope issue. I can't fix slope. What I feel confident about, what I hope and I feel confident about is that the Public Works Department will do its job to make sure there is a strong stormwater system there on Mr. Carlino's property so that you don't have the wet problem. The wet problem does not get worse. That's all I can basically say. The one other thing I can do is this condition on the drain pipe. I could easily, if my colleagues agree, we could, as a condition, an additional condition is redirect the pipe into a dry wall. Is that what, was it wall or well? Well, I'm sorry, a dry well. So if you're concerned about the pipe, we can at least do that too. And of course, under state law, he can't mess with your wall, on the farm stuff. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on this thing, but.
Can I add a staff note that these walls are not on the state's map of like historic stone walls. So in comparison to Bond Lane, those are on the map.
But I think, I thank you for pointing that out. Then that could maybe also, Mr. Carlino's already agreed publicly not to mess with those walls. So I think we could also add a condition if we wanted to, is that the stone walls will not be moved or tampered with by by the applicant. Anything else before we make motions? Okay, then, now's the time to make motions. I've been making the motions all evening. Somebody else can do it. Commissioner Lanfear?
I would move to accept the staff's recommendation following two conditions. Stone walls will not be moved or disturbed by the applicant, and the drain will be redirected into the driveway.
That's great second motion.
For the
We're gonna
second
do
one. I
the
knew
first
it was
motion,
the
and we'll do the, if you can make a motion on the variance first.
Okay, anyone want to make the motion on the variance to grant the variance relief consistent with the staff's recommendation? Commissioner Lampier?
I would move to accept staff's recommendation.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Mancini, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Second motion now is in order, Commissioner Lampier.
I would move to accept the staff's recommendation and add to the recommended conditions of approval. Number 3, stone walls will not be moved or disturbed by the applicant. And 4, that the drain be redirected to a dry well by applicant.
So you would agree with the conditions also by the staff. These are 2 additional conditions. Okay. Is there a second to Commissioner Lampier's request? Excuse me, motion. Oh, Commissioner Colasante makes a second. Any further discussion? I'll make a quick point. Mr. Murray, I am going above the density very reluctantly. Just let you know. Just, it doesn't make a whole unit, and that's the only reason why. I always have to be consistent. You never know when these things come up. Okay. Anyway. All right. Any further discussion? Otherwise, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Congratulations, Ms. Carlino. Ms. Perillo, I wish you the best of luck, and I hope your situation does not get worse. Okay. Now we will do zoning board recommendations. I want to check the room. Who's here for what zoning recommendations? There's 3 of them. Anyone else here for anything else? Okay, we're going to do Beckwith, we're going to do Dream, and then the other one will be last. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is anyone, you're here for public comment for Beckwith, but is there anyone here for Beckwith?
What do you mean the people? Like applicant? Okay, so we're going to do Beckwith first. I'm going to do your first. Don't worry about it. So I'm going to do it this way. I always let the public go first if I can. Yeah, so just hold on a second. I got to do this process then, okay? Is the applicant here and wishes to be, is there applicant here and wishes to be heard on Lenona Construction at 235 Beckwith Street? Okay, I don't see the applicant here. Could the staff then provide a their overall staff recommendation, then we'll take public comment.
All right, so this is a proposal to leave an existing single-family dwelling on a size lot and construct a new single-family dwelling size lot. These lots were previously merged by zone. And as you can see, this is in the B1 zone in Auburn. Site plan showing existing single family dwelling. And this shows the proposed new single family. And the relief sought is for minimum lot size in B1 zone. 100 to unmerged lots. So, in reviewing this application with the average lot size in Auburn and Auburn B1 zone, 5,000 square feet. A lot of the lots in this area, 5,000 square feet. That is the character of the neighborhood. In addition, the proposed density is below the future land use map definition. We also found that the following both policies and action items in the support of this application for H2, policy H3, and policy H6. Positive recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ray. Is there any questions for Mr. Ray from the commission? Oh, Commissioner Mancini.
So, Mr. Ray, I have a question about this house. Would the main house on the house that is existing, we're not questioning anything about the setbacks on like the size of the house compared to the size of the land? Because it's a very large house when you break up the two pieces of land. And then you need to take out the pool on the other one and put the house on the other piece of property. I know this house personally because my aunt and uncle used to live in this house. So I know this house is a large house for the piece of land that's going to be left for it with a too big garage with a very narrow driveway. Isn't it? How do I say this?
I'm a little confused what your question.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's extra relief required for that.
Go ahead, Solicitor.
Yeah, no, I mean, if there's relief, extra relief, certainly, you know, we can deal with that at the zoning board because the notice will be incorrect, but for tonight's purposes, it sounds like it might be, the resulting density might be a comprehensive plan, which is really your only choice tonight.
What'd you say about the density?
The lot that's of the house that's left, looks like there should be some zoning relief requested for the house that's removed. But the applicant's not here tonight, so if the application is incorrect, we'll deal with it. So
Okay. Anything further? All right, we will now take public comment. Is anyone here in chambers that would like to be heard on this matter on Beckwith Street? Please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Guest, and I live at 36 Marie. I'm here tonight to voice my strong objection to this minor subdivision. The project violates the core intent of Princeton zoning ordinance for several distinct reasons. Alters the neighborhood character. One zoning district enforces density requirements for a reason, allowing a second single-family home to be squeezed onto a substandard split lot to create an over-concentrated footprint that fails to match the established habits of our neighborhood. Safety and concern. Adding another residential unit to the site section of that building. Available street parking. Traffic runoff and storm. Replacing natural impervious ground on this granting house foundation, roof line, and driveway drastically alters the local water table. Our area already experiences substantial storm. By maximizing the buildable footprint on a lot that fails to meet minimum square footage requirements, development reduces the land's natural ability to absorb, threatening to displace hazardous storm. The violation of this law, dimensional variances represent the absolute. This applicant second tenant is not. Overdevelopment. This is a self-created hardship. The applicant purchased this land knowing that Section 17 is they created their own financial hardship by planning a policy that no I respectfully initiate a negative
Is there anyone here who'd like to make public comment on the Beckwith Street application? Seeing none, Mr. Lima, is there anyone online that'd like to make public comment on the Beckwith Street application?
There's no public comment online.
Thank you, Mr. Lima. Mr. Ray, could you put the recommendation on the screen? Mr. Ray, I have a quick question because I got confused by something that
Yeah, go ahead.
I heard a public comment. Is this person trying to build a two-family or a one-family on
That's
this
a
property?
single family house.
That's a single-family house. Okay. Mr. Solicitor Marcelo, what is the issue with the zoning relief on the existing property?
The setbacks, et cetera, on the existing.
Is a problem? They should be asking for relief for that too. Okay.
I believe so, based on the map. Have an applicant here to ask or.
Yeah.
The.
I understand.
For tonight's purposes.
This will have to be addressed by the zoning board.
Correct.
Okay. And when's zoning's meeting on this, what, next week or something? Right, any further questions for the staff or the solicitor regarding this application? Okay, seeing none, this is the time for motions. You are positive or you can make a negative. Commissioner Lanfear?
I would move a negative recommendation because there are issues regarding lot coverage and frontage that the applicant is not here to advise us of that information. So I don't feel we have the information we need from the applicant to make.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lanfear. Is there a second to Commissioner Lanfear's motion? Seconded by Commissioner Exter. Any further discussion on this application and the recommendation? A motion for a negative recommendation. Seeing none. All those in favor of making a negative recommendation signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, so it's a negative recommendation. You were surprised, weren't you, ma'am? Okay. All right. We listened to our solicitor, we listened to public comment. Okay, next is the the dream thing. Okay, let's have the dream application. That application, zoning board recommendation on dream. Dream big.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the commission. I'm Amy Goins. I'm an attorney with Ursillo, Tights and Rich. Here on behalf of the applicant, Dream Big Gymnastics, Dream Big Incorporated. I'm here with Shannon Cornicelli, the owner of Dream Big Gymnastics. On the Zoom is Lou Gentile, our engineer from Insight Engineering, and Matthew McGeorge, our architect. We're also joined by several supporters and some employees of Dream Big who I want to acknowledge. Tanya Forty, the general manager of Dream Big Gymnastics, who's been with the company for 8 years and manages day-to-day operations. Amanda Ryder, the billing manager for Dream Big. Also with us tonight is Monica Masalis, the head gymnastics coach at Rhode Island College. Rick utilizes the existing facility at Dream Big and hopes to use the new facility if approved by the city. And Melissa Gendro, the gymnastics director for the Rhode Island Interscholastic League, and many interscholastic league tournaments, competitions are hosted by Dream Big. We're also joined by Mayor Fung, a supporter of Dream Big, as well as Representative Barbara Ann Fenton Fung. In the interest of time, as much as we'd love to make an extended presentation, I'm mindful of the hour. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll be very brief. We're requesting your positive recommendation on this application for a change of use. Dream Big, this is the latest evolution in Dream Big's journey in Cranston. The business started in 2008 on the third floor of a factory building, an old factory building on Wellington Ave. It moved to its present location at 41 Comstock Parkway in 2009 after the zoning board granted a use variance for its present location. We're requesting approval to move really right around the corner at 41 Western Industrial Drive, which is also located in an industrial district. So we do need relief for the use as well as relief related to parking. And I shouldn't forget, I do have a revised parking plan to distribute to the commission. We've been working closely with the city traffic engineer to resolve some of his concerns about safety as it pertains to the reconfiguration of the existing parking area. So there are two lots in this application. The existing lot that's vegetated, covered with trees to the west is proposed to remain in its existing state. So we are seeking parking relief associated with the use, which is driven by the large size of the building. I would say, I think perhaps the school designation for parking requirements might be more appropriate. And parking for a school is really driven by the number of employees as well as the general requirement to provide safety. And safety is certainly the highest priority of Dream Big, safety of the students and the instructors. So I'm again happy to answer any questions. I know staff has a presentation. If I may just distribute the revised parking plan.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? When you get back to your microphone, I'll ask you a question. Thank you. How is this property being used now?
The property is the current home of, I believe the business name is Jewelry Concept. So it's I would describe it as a small scale manufacturing operation. My understanding is the business will be relocating. So the business isn't shutting down, but it's somewhat, it's too big for the space. I think it's too big for the space.
And the activity that you're suggesting a use for is a more, I would line with commercial, correct?
Correct. It would be a gymnastics studio.
Commercial is less intensive than industrial. Would you agree with me?
Agree.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, staff, please provide the recommendation. Oh, Commissioner Coop?
So what ages are the students at the school?
I think it's age 3 to all the way through primarily school age, preschool through high school. There may be some adult students, but the focus of the
So would you
operation-
say most of the students get dropped off and don't need a parking space?
Well, there are some times where drop-offs happen and sometimes where parents remain on site. I think for the younger kids who are in the recreational programs, they'll remain on site where they're getting into the competitive programs and where they can carpool, they are dropped off.
Thanks.
I will say this, the proposed relocation would result in a substantial improvement in parking conditions at the current location. There are some conflicts with other tenants nearby. So the existing location has 35 parking spaces. The revised parking plan as reconfigured proposes to provide 56 spaces. So although we're still short technically based on the size of the building, it does represent an improvement over the existing conditions.
Thank you. Ms. Goins.
Does staff please provide the overview and recommendation?
All right, so in the interest of time, I will try to avoid repeating what's already been said, but so- And this is, I guess, now like the updated site plan, but this project also went to DPR. They've been working with the project. Working on site. Saw the off-street parking, like stated. I think currently they have about 15 spaces. The amount of spaces was more. So, as was also stated, their current location, is 5. Following rules, policies, and actions. Rule 82, policy 88.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Any questions from Mr. Ray from the commissioners? Seeing none. Public comment. Is there anyone here in the room that'd like to make public comment?
Good evening, President Frias, commissioners. I will be very brief, mindful of time and everyone that's here. But I want to, I'm just tired too, but it's been a long night. I want to testify in support of this application. I've known Shannon and her team from Green Big from their first iteration on Wellington Avenue in that third floor spot. When they next moved to Maria de Prada to then ultimately where their current location is. I've had the privilege of cutting their ribbons and seeing the consistent activity and positive impact that they've had on not only Cranston youth, but many other families that attend and participate in their fun activities. But most importantly, providing a great opportunity for many of the gymnasts to learn to challenge themselves both physically and mentally. On top of that, I've seen Shannon and her team and staff be a consistent supporter of many community activities, providing back. I think this would be a great complement, and as the planning staff recommended, it fits within the comprehensive plan goals. So I urge you to support this application wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fung. Could you state your name and address officially for the record? We all know who you are,
Apologize,
obviously.
1581 Phoenix Avenue, Alan Fung.
Thank you very much, Mayor Fung. Nice to see you here again.
That was great. Beautiful. And we'll keep it real simple. For the record, Barbara Ann Fenton Fung, also at 1581 Phoenix Avenue in Cranston. President Price and the rest. Shannon and I have known each other since we were about 9 years old, and since we celebrated our 21st birthday more than once. That's a very, very long time. Everybody on this commission, a lot of you guys are small business owners. You know how hard it is to start a small business in the state. I remember when Shannon started this business on Wellington Ave, because it was a third floor walk up. There was an elevator, but it was really creepy, so nobody took it. So we've gone from there. She's had other gyms throughout the state, but she came back to Cranston. We have the one over here right off Comstock now. And it's great that this business is actually thriving and needs to expand even more. When you look at this area back here, we're not trucking through a residential neighborhood at all. This is very, very heavy industrial area. We also, I mean, just love Shannon. This type of business here typically runs late afternoon, evening hours, whether it be some stuff during the day when you're talking about parking and traffic flow and whatnot. This isn't something that's going to be heavy in like the 9, 12, 2 o'clock hours type of thing. Gymnastics, we go super late, usually to around 9, 10 o'clock at night when we're training, but that's neither here nor there. This is not a thing that's going to really keep other people in that area bothered during the day. Sporting centers are of course just a little bit different than what would normally go in an industrial area, but I think as a question was already posed before, this type of commercial activity is a little bit lighter and less intense than we would have again by a much more focused manufacturing area. And quite simply, this isn't an out-of-state company with no track record. Shannon's been here for, 18, almost 2 decades at this point. And she lives like 3 minutes down the street. Okay, like she's been a great neighbor at every single one of her locations. And I think having those type of businesses that are not only choosing to be here, thriving and growing is something we really want to support. And I can't stress enough how proud I am of her and how much I appreciate you guys considering our words in support of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fenfone. Nice to see you again as well here. Any further public comment? None here in the room. Is there any public comment online, Mr. Lima?
There is no public comment online.
Thank you, Mr. Lima. Is any follow-up questions for the commissioners, for the staff or the applicant? See none. I guess it would be time for a motion. Commissioner Lanfear?
I would move to accept staff's recommendation of a positive recommendation.
Motion made by Commissioner Lanfear for a positive recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Exter. Any further discussion? I'll make a quick point. I usually do not vote for change of use variances, but because this is less intensive use, you know, it's going from industrial to commercial, and it sounds like it's going to be a positive on parking. I'll be supporting it. I just caution you, we go to the zoning board, they're even stricter than us on change of use variances. From my experience. But anyway, good luck. All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Congratulations and best of luck to you all. All right, last thing on the zoning board is Alexander Aragio and Michael Solomon on the 555 Park Avenue application. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard? I do not see the applicant. Oh, is that you, Mr. Murray? All right, Mr. Murray, come on down.
Very quickly, I was just brought into this case. I had nothing to do with the submission. Councilman Solomon in Providence contacted me. I've known him many years, and we started working on this property the day after the fire many years ago when this building burnt down at the corner of Elmwood and Park. This is a rather unusual piece of property. And it's one worthy of your support for, even though it's only 2,745 square feet. I would invite you to, if the board denies it, or permitted use, we'll be talking about a taking with the law department. So I think it's a reasonable use. It's a single family. The staff is encapsulated. But I apologize, I just got involved in it, but we'll endorse the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I have a quick question for you, Mr. Murray. I know you just got involved in this, but when I looked at this property, right across the street from it is a mobile gas station. Okay. I know we have an ordinance in the city that you can't build a gas station within 300 feet of a residence. But what you're asking is that we allow for a residence to be built less than 300 feet from a gas station, correct?
Well, at one point I did represent Bob Fontini, who does own the mobile gas station. I believe the ordinance in the fire section, fire code, I thought it was 200, you might be right, it's from the tank.
The tank.
From the tank. I don't know what the distance is. I don't believe the ordinance applies in this situation.
Mhm.
The reverse.
I know.
But
Are you concerned at all? Like, you know, like this person's not going to be able to get federal housing?
Yeah, so I think, Bob, what, and I don't think it's this board's purview, but what came out in the Cumberland Farms, Park Avenue thing, was that if you have a single family or two family home within certain 300 feet of a gas station, you cannot get FHA or VA financing, which I didn't know at the time, but it's legitimate. It actually is true, but I mean, I don't think that matters to this board, but it is something that would impact the property, because you can't get government.
I will,
Again,
before the zoning board meeting, I will discuss that with the applicant and Mr. Solomon. I don't believe they're at this point looking at conventional financing. But we'll have a better answer.
It's gonna be a lovely home, Bob.
You know what? I take them where I find them.
Case by case basis, Mr. Murray, case by
Everything is
case.
fact-based, it's a case-by-case basis,
That's right.
you know? But this is an opportunity to embrace the 2,378 square foot lot.
Yes, Mr. Murray. Is there any questions or for Mr. Murray at this point?
I do.
Commissioner Mancini?
Where is the driveway exiting on Elmwood Avenue or Park Avenue?
I believe on Elm.
Either way, it's tough.
It's not Rodeo Drive. I
I'm
get
just
it.
saying, either way, it's very tough.
I had a kid who like, we have problems backing out of my driveway on Garden Hills Drive sometimes. I wouldn't want to put my kid over
It
there.
is on a bus line.
It's on a bus line, that's true.
Will you have to get state approval for, is there a curb cut there? You don't, because you just got involved.
I have an original picture from 2012 before it was burned down. There was no curb cut around it. There was no driveway when I did a
I remember the
aerial.
building.
It's right there. There's no curb cut on the sidewalk around the side.
Yeah, Elmwood Avenue, I think, is under state jurisdiction, so I think we need, you want to make that a condition. It is what it is.
Okay. Any other questions from Mr. Murray? Seeing none. Mr. Ray, give us your recommendation.
All right, so I'll skip the on this one, but the relief that is being requested is for setbacks. Interviewing that they neighborhood, we took into account the site constraints in this case, which do require a balance between safety and code compliance. And the applicant is proposing a small dwelling that matches the scale. It also largely complies with sliding scale setbacks, and the area around it is full of dense residential stuff. In addition, as seen on the plan, there is a driveway with an area. You wouldn't have to back out onto Elmwood. In addition, part of the reason why setback requirements are being triggered is because of the housing setback in the corner without increased visibility. In addition to this, the future land use map, the designation that this lot has is which corresponds with the actions, residential redevelopment, location, full H2, policy H3.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Is there any questions for Mr. Ray?
I would just like to say for a positive recommendation.
Oh, sorry about that. Thought you had stopped. Any questions for Mr. Ray? Seeing none. Is there anyone here in the room that'd like to make public comment? Seeing none. Mr. Lima, anyone online that make public comment?
There is no public comment online.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lima. Any last minute questions for Mr. Ray or Mr. Murray? Okay. I will just say that I'll be voting no
for a negative recommendation on this. Lot is quite small, and I don't feel comfortable. There's about having homes, building new homes within 300 feet of a gas station. That's me personally. The zoning board will figure it out. Mr. Murray and everyone else will figure it out, the zoning board, but that's me personally. Okay, otherwise, time for motions, negative or positive. It's 10:59. We got to get out of here by 11. I know we can do it.
Come on, Ron.
Who wants to do it? Who wants to do a positive? Who wants to do a negative?
I recommend staff's recommendation, a positive recommendation.
Okay, positive recommendation made by Commissioner Mancini. Is there a second to Commissioner Mancini's positive recommendation? Commissioner Coop, pro housing, makes a positive recommendation. Second. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor of a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Okay, it's gonna be closed. I'm not to see hands. All those in favor say, raise your hand. Mr. Coop, Ms. Mancini, Mr. Colasante. All those against, please signify by raising your hand. Ms. Lampier, Mr. Exter, and myself. So it's a 3-3 vote, and therefore there will be no recommendation to the zoning board. Okay? All right, that basically almost ends it. Director Ashman, I know you have your director report. Here, is there anything you need to talk about at 11:01?
The community workshop on the mixed use centers and corridors project is coming up on June 18th. So I did want to give a shout out to that. Other than that, everything else is posted to the website in a short memo.
All right, thank you very much for that. I'll have to put it on my calendar. All right, anything else to ask questions for the director? If not, motion to adjourn would be appropriate. The next meeting will be on July the 7th. So motion to adjourn time. Made by Commissioner Coop, second by Commissioner Mancini. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. 11:01. Thank you very much.